that saved us and our democracy here on January 6th. Yesterday was the 5th anniversary of the January 6th attack on the Capitol by supporters of Donald Trump. Over 140 officers were injured. An officer was killed. Others died by suicide following the trauma of that day. And do you know how the White House marked this anniversary? Do you know how the White House marked this anniversary? They marked it by putting up an Orwellian webpage, rewriting history, and claiming it is the officers who were to blame for the violence. How disgusting, how despicable, how disgraceful. You know, and I asked my Republican colleagues, do you really believe that crap? When you look in the eyes of the Capitol Police that guard this building, do you accuse them of being responsible for the violence of that day? How dare the President of the United States say such a thing? And how shameful of this Republican majority to stay silent in the face of this depravity and rewriting of history.
And folks, I just think the contrast there that I shared with you between the Democrats and these MAGAs are night and day. Night and day. At the end of the day, what I just want to see is people fighting for the American people. I want to see people focusing on housing. People can't afford homes right now. People can't afford their rent right now. People are psychologically tortured if they're lucky enough to get a paycheck, living paycheck to paycheck in this country. And Donald Trump's out there threatening to invade Greenland and every country in the Western Hemisphere. And he's got his Gestapo, his SS forces on the street murdering U.S. citizens to try to intimidate, harass, and distract from a MAGA Republican cover-up of a child sex trafficking ring. How utterly, utterly despicable. We'll cover it every step of the way here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 6 million. We appreciate you.
Want to stay plugged in? Become a subscriber to our Substack at MidasPlus.com. You'll get daily recaps from Ron Filipkowski, ad-free episodes of our podcast, and more exclusive content only available at MidasPlus.com.
Total chaos broke out during Congress.
It's an old Soviet monument. Привет, як справи? I'm in Kiev, in Ukraine, and I'm halfway through my journey across the country during its war. It's been difficult. I've already been in a city under bombardment. I've heard alerts constantly. It's very stressful to be here, but the Ukrainians go on with their lives. And for the rest of this journey, that's what I hope to show to you. Let's go. You can see up there, of course, Ukraine still proudly displays the full map of Ukraine that includes Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, the lands that Russia came and took away. You won't find a single map in this entire country that doesn't include Crimea. Добрий день. Київ? Києва?
Немає міст.
Немає?
Міст.
Nemai. All right, well, I don't know how to buy these train tickets in advance. I can't. Good morning. We actually just fast forwarded in time like 12 hours. All the trains yesterday were sold out. Now, surprisingly, everybody wanted to get out of Lviv. Привіт.
Далі.
Okay.
Далі. Все.
Yeah, тут?
Hi. Ні. Аж кінець.
Okay. Okay. Almost there.
Thomas.
Yes, Thomas. Check with you.
20.
20. Okay. Good English. Here we go. So this is a much longer train ride. This is, I believe it's 6 or 7 hours as we travel across the vast plains the western end of the Eurasian steppe. Man, it's not lost on me that just over 3 years ago, people were taking this exact train to get out of Ukraine. They were leaving Kiev as the Russians invaded, and at that time there was a big threat that the Russians were going to take the city. And here I am, taking that same train to go to Kiev. Oh, nobody bothered me. No. No. And this is Diana, my, what would you call it? Berth mate? My cabin mate.
Yeah.
Diana was also in the attacks in Lviv, or you were in Lviv while it was being bombed?
Yeah, this was a really stressful
Kind of rough.
situation.
But you were in like a normal building, right?
Yeah, in the old building.
Okay. And you heard the drones and
Yeah, I
explosion?
heard the drones. Yeah, it's really noisy.
Yeah. Fun little experience here in Ukraine. But I guess you're more used to these attacks.
But I'm used to, but it was really massive for me, for my experience too. Like it was the one of the biggest attack for me. like I didn't expect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the girl from Kiev says, so can only get better.
And from Kharkiv.
Oh, Kharkiv. Yeah, Kharkiv. Kharkiv pride.
Yeah.
She's an ambassador for Kharkiv, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to, it's the city closest to Russia, but she says it's great, so I'll think about going. Daily English with Ukrainian vibes.
Wow, really? But
I don't think I'll be using it.
you really have a talent for language.
Неправда.
Правда.
Неправда. Как вы? Слава Украине. Here we are. Kiev. The main event. Wow. What an impressive entrance. One of the few remaining Soviet remnants here in Ukraine, the beautiful train stations. All right, let me go drop my bags off. And let's go check out Kiev. So if you decide to travel to Ukraine and you're looking for like an Uber style app, you should use either Bolt or they have a local one called Uklon. U-K-L-O-N. That's what I'm using right now. And now I have a ride. It is on the 5th floor. That sign on that elevator just said, do not use the elevator during an air alert. And right down the street from that Airbnb is this. Not sure what these are. These look like maybe captured Russian tanks during the war. Привет.
Hello. This Russian tanks?
Yeah.
This is Russian. This is Russian. Rocket, Russian.
Okay.
And Bakhmut.
Oh.
Yes.
So it all came from Bakhmut?
Yes. Bucha, Irpin, Bakhmut. This is Bakhmut and headshot the 716 to fuck Putin, my friend.
Fuck
And
Putin.
yes, and volunteer, this is my document, sir. Help please support Ukrainian army. This is drone snipe. Come on, this one, sir. My presence.
Okay. Here you go.
Thank you so much. This is big fuck Putin, sir. This photo, video, nice.
All right, dude. I appreciate it.
Thank you
They
so
put
much.
me in jail
Wow.
in Russia.
Wow.
So that's why I'm here, to support you.
Okay. Come on. Thank you so
There
much.
you go, man. Appreciate your service.
Thank you, sir.
Very patriotic mood already. I've only been here a few minutes. And coming up here, I've never been here, but I recognize it. I know what this is. square of Kiev to the tune of Despacito, but there you go. Maidan. Here we are. Never thought I'd be standing here during the war. This is where it all began, back in 2014, when the Ukrainians committed the grievous sin of daring to overthrow their corrupt president who wanted to turn Ukraine into a vassal state to Russia. Ever since then, Russia has not stopped torturing Ukraine. Following the Maidan Revolution, the Russian military swooped in and took Crimea, and has been under Russian control ever since. Starting then also, the Russians, using local militias, began to attack Donetsk and Luhansk, the two most eastern provinces, the two most eastern oblasts of Ukraine. And that is where most of the fighting is happening today. Here you have the pictures of thousands upon thousands of Ukrainian men that have gone off to war and lost their lives in this senseless conflict. That's the Taiwanese flag right there. Apparently there were Taiwanese soldiers that came over here, fought on Ukraine's side. And being that there were identified Chinese soldiers fighting on the Russian side, somehow that conflict has spread even over here. The war was supposed to be winding down this year. They were supposed to be negotiating a ceasefire, an end to all the hostilities. But no, of course, that didn't happen. Putin has rejected every ceasefire proposal and instead has sent millions of Russians and Ukrainians to continue to die for this absolutely needless, pointless conflict. This ridiculous conflict that never should have began. And so the war trudges on. And as we just saw in Lviv, it's intensifying. That was the largest attack they ever launched on that city. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit fearful to be here in Kiev. Who knows what they'll do here? But we're not leaving just yet. A.m. That's my wake-up call here in Kiev. Good morning. Is it really safe to be in a stairwell? Well, there's drones flying overhead. There's like 10 drones over Kiev right now. Just saw a lady jogging right past me. People don't seem panicked. I was told before getting here that look at what the Ukrainians are doing. Not panicking. Who would have imagined that? 10 drones flying over Kiev, and there's middle-aged women out walking their dogs. You know, needless to say, I don't know if this is the best time to say it, but Kiev is also a really unique, beautiful city. And I really hate that this is all that this city is known for right now. So to be honest with you, people don't seem very panicked at the moment. But just in case, I'm going to take you down to the metro. My Ukrainsky is not that good yet. Where's the English? Boom. Here. It's a little too complicated to figure out at the moment. Tickets, train. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't figure out how to buy a metro ticket. Maybe I'll get lucky and they'll accept credit cards. Yep, I think so. All right. Let us go deep into the underbelly of Kiev. And here we are. In what is actually the safest place you can be in Kiev. The metros of the city are deep underground. And to be honest with you, life used to be going on as normal. It is kind of scary in a way how people have gotten so used to the violence that happens here constantly, day in, day out. But I think it's also a survival mechanism. All right, well, since we're awake now, let's do a little tour of Kiev. It's my first time here. Back above ground. In just about the span of an hour, all the drones are destroyed. Now everybody can start their day. Felt it was time to finally eat some Ukrainian food. By the way, I made a mistake while I was in Russia. I said that borscht was Russian, and a lot of Ukrainians in the comments, they corrected me, saying it was Ukrainian. So, there you go. We've set the record straight. This is a Ukrainian dish, borscht. Still don't know if I'm eating this properly, but it is good. Unsurprisingly, Ukraine has basically torn down all the old Soviet monuments and replaced them with more Ukrainian monuments dedicated to fighting for their freedom. This monument, however, was built by the Soviets, and that is because it is celebrating the one struggle that all the former Soviet countries can identify with, and that is World War II. And of course, arguably, out of all the parts of the Soviet Union, Ukraine took it the worst. The Nazis fully conquered Ukraine during the war. The Holocaust was here. A lot of bad shit happened, but the Ukrainians fought back. And just as I'm saying that, there's another air alert. Nobody can ever get a damn rest in this city. Де укриття? Okay. I haven't quite been here long enough to learn when not to take the air alarm seriously. I mean, is there ever a time where I shouldn't take the air alert seriously? Like, that lady doesn't care at all. I might be the only one going into the shelter right now. Okay. Окей. Я сам?
Сам. Или туда, или тут сидеть. Это не бомбосховище, а укриття. Здесь можно укрыться, но не сховаться сильно.
Well, at the very least, it's raining outside, so we can wait for the rain to stop.
Есть. О, по несколько раз. Так.
Щодня?
Так. По 3-4 рази. По 3 рази, по 4 вночі, так. І навіть.
О, вау. Як живеш тут?
Так. А ми привіт.
this is life here. This is life in Kiev. I think 3 or 4 million people live in this city still. All right. All drones have been shot down. The good guys win again. So what happens during an air alert is apparently all museums will close for the duration of the alert. I think most restaurants will close. These are just the laws you have in a city in war. I remember last year as I was traveling across Russia, I kept coming across tanks proudly on display. And I made the joke that they were probably about to get called up for service. In reality, they probably were. And this is where they end up. Captured by the Ukrainians, now proudly on display here in Kiev. This is apparently a newly built museum dedicated just to the Ukraine war, the war that's going on right now, not to World War II or any other conflict.
Mi-17 helicopters are loaded onto aircraft before transfer to Ukraine, Arizona, USA.
Okay, дякую вам. She's sending me back to the shelter. By the way, if you're in Ukraine and you don't understand Ukrainian, that's pretty normal. This is the word for shelter. Укриття.
Сиділи ми, звісно, в тому підвалі, що тут темно, сиро і холодно. Лютий місяць.
So this exhibit is meant to show how people survived during the invasion. For people that lived in shelters just like this and survived for 37 days.
It's kind of freaking me out. Тухол. Okay. I'm learning Ukrainian, she's learning English. No, не розумієш. Мов. Зуття. Okay. So it's зуття is Russia. Okay. My Ukrainian is very bad. They're laughing at my Ukrainian.
З якої частини України ви родом?
Ми? Київ.
Київ.
Да. А ви?
Нью-Йорк.
Нью-Йорк.
Я вперше в Україні.
Один приїхали, Один приїхали?
Один приїхав.
Один.
Подобається у нас?
Мені подобається. Але русські ракети не люблю. All right, using my terrible Ukrainian to have some kind of conversation. So this is Stasia.
Nice to meet you.
She's a friend of a friend, and she agreed to help show me around Kiev a little bit because I don't really know anything except there's a lot of alerts all the time. So you just said you think Ukraine is the safest country in Europe right now?
Yeah, I actually do.
Okay. Please explain that to me because I've been a little freaked out over the last day.
Drones might feel scary, right? And rockets and everything like that, but I don't feel like I'm going to get mugged or killed otherwise than by Russians.
Okay.
Yeah, that is safe.
So you mean like on a personal safety level on the streets?
Yeah, for sure.
There's no like ghetto or whatever?
No.
We're gonna get stabbed?
No.
Okay.
Only if you want to. If you ask kindly, maybe. Imperial buildings.
These were built during the Russian Empire.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Most of them. But they got reconstructed and found and reconstructed again, so.
I see. Kiev has gone through some shit. At night, do they try to conserve electricity? Do they like turn off street lights? 'Cause I noticed like a lot of the streets are pretty dark.
They turn out the light at about 11 p.m.
Okay.
Because of when you cannot go outside that time.
Oh, the curfew.
Yeah, thank you. Got it.
Because of the curfew, they shut off the lights. Okay.
But before full-scale invasion, they turn out the light at like 1 a.m., something like that.
Okay. So everything has to end a bit earlier.
Yeah. All the bars, all the clubs.
Right. Which is trippy. You could stay out until 12 a.m. And I think when people go to bars here at like what, 8 p.m., 9 p.m.?
Usually at 6. That's because we
I'm sorry to laugh, but like that's interesting.
But that's because we need to drink for a lot of hours, right?
Right. Slavic style. So from 6 to 12.
Yeah, a bit about.
Somebody told me they even have raves still in Kiev,
sure.
which is...
There are some raves that are helping to rebuild some buildings that were destroyed.
That's
so you
amazing.
rave and rebuild those houses.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, it is.
I never thought a rave could be used for a good purpose like that, but there you go. So we're here in the Zoloty Horody station, and just the design of all the stations here in Kiev. Kiev is really beautiful. It's one of the things that I didn't really think about before coming to Ukraine, but this country is beautiful. What's the name of it?
Arsenalna.
Arsenalna.
Yeah, it's the deepest one.
So Ukraine has the deepest metro station in all of Europe. So that over there is the main stadium of Kiev, the Olimpijski. Something interesting that she just told me, there she is, was that apparently the other stadium, the old stadium, used to be called Donetsk? Or?
No, it was in Donetsk city.
Okay.
It was the main stadium of Ukraine.
There you go. Like Donetsk was actually like a pretty important city before the Russians like took it over and whatnot. It used to be like a cool city, right?
Yeah, it was.
Rihanna performed a concert there. Like, can you imagine that? Rihanna in Donetsk. So Stasia, you grew up speaking Russian?
Yeah, Ukrainian.
Okay.
Russian and Ukrainian.
Russian and Ukrainian.
Yeah.
And how does that work? Like you speak Russian with your family, but you would...
No, I stopped speaking Russian at all like 4 or 5 years ago, and I only speak English and Ukrainian.
Interesting. Okay. And you've like forgotten your Russian?
Yeah, pretty much. I can understand Russian, but I cannot read or formulate the sentence at all.
That's wild. Okay.
That's so weird, right? Like languages work in such crazy ways.
It is, yeah. Me too with Russian. But I also only got to like an intermediate level of the language, so that makes more sense.
I was native speaker, so that's even crazier, right?
Good. And do you think most Ukrainians are like this now? Even like...
I really hope so. I really hope most of us will forget this language even existed.
For a lot of people that don't know, the eastern part of Ukraine was majority Russian speaking.
Yeah.
It's only like, I guess, the Lviv area that was majority...
Central Ukraine speaks Sushik, which is a mix of both languages.
Okay.
But I think most of the people right now are switching back to Ukrainian. We all knew it, right? Because it was governmental language. You had to learn it at school.
Yeah.
But not when the USSR was here.
Right.
It was like a faculty for most regions.
So I've been like freaked out by all these alerts. But you think most Ukrainians, they don't even use the alert app? Like they don't even pay attention?
No, I just think that after 4 years of terror, you get used to it. And you just hope that it's not going to be you. I know it sounds horrible.
Right.
But otherwise, you're not going to survive it mentally. A lot of people have really high anxiety, especially if they go to shelter every time. So you just have to pick your battles.
So if you go through enough of those alarms, if you go to enough shelters, eventually you're just like, it's fate, you know? It is what it is. And statistically, you're more likely to be hit by a car in Ukraine, apparently.
Yeah, true.
That's what I keep hearing.
Life never gets boring in Ukraine. You never know what's going to happen, like a new bombing, a new holiday, someone gets birth, something.
Someone gives birth. Maybe it all at the same time.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Life is never boring here in Ukraine.
That's why it's so much fun here, right?
We're having so much fun until now, for sure. I'm just going again. 4th one today. I think this is my Uklon driver. Yes, it is. Dobry wieczór. Alright, I'm getting a little too used to the life here. I've only been here for a little over a day. Oh, I don't know. This is unlike any other situation I've ever been in my life. On the one hand, I'm starting to get used to like the rhythm of these alerts and alarms, and realizing that if you don't actually hear a drone outside, that you don't need to worry that much. But at the same time, I can't get the sound of these sirens out of my head now. It's very unnerving. I guess if you live here long enough, you just become attuned to it, but I don't know. Why does... I need some sleep. I think we need to get out of the city. Maybe we'll try to hit the countryside tomorrow. We'll see what we can find. Good night. There are no buses or trains going there, so I'm gonna have to take a taxi. Привет. Войтачев. Це добре? Окей. Час. Okay. All right, so we are in Voitachiv, a rural area about an hour outside of Kiev. The weather is still shit. I don't see anybody here. Starting to question why I came here. You can see the Dnipro River just over there, over the hill. Maybe we could walk down there. Pumpkins. It's about to be Halloween out here. Ukraine, for a long time, was known as the breadbasket of Europe. It has incredibly fertile soil. Most of Ukraine is just long flatlands, plains, perfect for agriculture. When Russia invaded Ukraine, it actually caused global supply shocks to places that you wouldn't expect, like the Middle East, Africa. They relied on places like Ukraine to get their wheat, to like make bread and stuff like that. Ukraine is a big deal. Ladas. I don't know if there's ever a point where you start to get used to being in Ukraine during the war. But for me, it's still very unsettling. Like, I just heard some random, like, boom, somewhere in this area. I don't know what it was. I don't think it was thunder. The mighty Dnipro River. If you look at a map of Ukraine, this river roughly splits Ukraine right down the middle. And it's a very important river. If you were to follow the river that way, as it twists and winds southward, eventually the Dnipro would empty into the Black Sea. And along the way, you would pass oblasts that the Russians conquered during this war: Kherson, Zaporizhia, and most famously, Crimea. Can't go to the other side of the river. Well, I mean, you could go to that side right there, where it's still, Ukraine still controls that part, thankfully. Before I leave Ukraine, I will pass through the port city of Odessa, which is right on the Black Sea and facing Crimea. And apparently, it's one of the most dangerous cities to be in Ukraine nowadays, but I mean, we gotta leave the country somehow. I'm not hearing things. I literally just heard an explosion. Something in the distance. Paranoia's getting to me. Okay.
Десятин на 13, Київ.
The Russian military frequently knocks out like the GPS signals in Ukraine. The whole day I was going around yesterday in Kiev, there was no GPS. Нет. Спасибо. Ты говоришь лучше по-русски или украински?
По-русски.
Я тоже. Я из Америки. Первый раз. Да. Очень приятно. Alright, so listen, I want to make it clear that I'm definitely not a fan of McDonald's. Do not suggest you go to McDonald's for your health, but there's one huge advantage that Ukraine still has over Russia. You can still go to McDonald's. It's not that fake bullshit you find in Russia now. Look at how popular this is. The Russian fake McDonald's wasn't popular like this. But on another note, like imagine waiting in line to get your McDonald's while also scrolling through a bunch of messages talking about all the drone and missile attacks going on in the country right now. Let's go take our last train ride in Ukraine. Oof, that sounds bad. For now, on this trip. At the Kiev train station, the biggest train station in the country. It's time for me to leave Kiev. We're going south, going to Odessa, port city. It's just across the bay from Crimea and Russian missiles. Kind of interesting looking at the schedule board right here. There's still so many locations you could go to in Ukraine. And a lot of these cities are currently like being attacked every day. Like up there you have Sumy, Chernigov. There's also locations farther away like PETG. Alright, we're back at the Kiev train station, the biggest train station in the country. It's time for me to leave Kiev. We're going south, going to Odessa, port city. It's just across the bay from Crimea and Russian missiles. Kind of interesting looking at the schedule board right here. There's still so many locations you could go to in Ukraine. And a lot of these cities are currently like being attacked every day. Like up there you have Sumy, Chernigov. There's also locations farther away like PETG, where we entered Ukraine. Добрый вечер. Добрый вечер. Number 12. Thank you. How do they always know I'm American? I thought my Ukrainian accent was perfect. All right. Compartment number 12.
Крупна фракція. Що крупна фракція?
I hate myself for this. Taking a sleeper train through a war zone. Just one of those life experiences I never expected. It turns out that in spite of the numerous siren calls, my stay in Kiev was actually pretty calm by their standards. In the days following my visit, Russia would go on to pound the city, killing many innocent civilians and knocking out electricity for most of the city. Most indefensible of all, in Kharkiv, they literally struck a kindergarten. A kindergarten! Thankfully, no children were killed, but even if it wasn't a planned strike and it was just negligence that hit the kindergarten, it's still horrible. Horrible. Good morning. Just arrived. Odessa. Our Final city on this route. City on the sea. Nervously excited. All right, I'm here in the city center. I just dropped off my bags at a hotel. And I'm noticing something kind of curious. We're right here in the center of the city, but you see all these buildings, boarded up windows. It's beautiful, but everything is, you could tell like a lot of these buildings were hit by shrapnel, windows were shattered. Oh, look at this building right here. Like it feels like every single building has shattered windows or boarded up windows. This feels like we're in the ghetto of Detroit or something. Just the boarded up windows are here for very different reasons. You can actually see pieces of glass on the ground right here, so this is not even like that old. This is very recent. It's a real shame. Odessa is apparently known as being one of the most beautiful places in Ukraine. It just has this real foreboding feeling over it right now.
Well, I mean, it's like every day some bombings are, but
every day there's something.
Something, yeah, like drones and all this stuff.
Okay, there's something going on every day in Odessa. Always something to look forward to. But unfortunately for Odessa, it may be a beautiful city, but it is also Ukraine's most important port city. Most of the strategic locations that the Russians would want to bomb lie right along here in the port. Being that Odessa lies just across the Black Sea from occupied Kherson and Crimea, it doesn't take long for the missiles to get here. Behind me right here is what's called the Monument to an Unknown Sailor, and it was set up by the Soviets. What we saw in Russia last year was usually next to monuments like this, they'd have a bunch of what they called the hero cities, the ones that fought against the Nazis in World War II. And they used to have that here too. But Ukraine has changed that. Now, the hero cities are the ones that have been fighting against the Russians. Here we have Odessa, the city we're in right now, Kerch in Crimea, Sevastopol, also in Crimea, Kherson and Kiev, the new hero cities of Ukraine. As always, it's another completely surreal day here in Ukraine. Couples out walking their dog, people taking casual strolls along the water here, people fishing over there. I must be the only nervous person here. This is apparently supposed to be like a resort. I actually see like old Ukrainians going into the water. Holovna? Yeah? Okay. Oh, there you go. Water's not even cold. Come for a swim in October in Odessa before the bombs drop. All right, so this is the biggest of all coincidences. I swear I didn't set this up in advance, but I'm walking here along the beach, and look what I found.
Hi there.
It's Stasia again. Literally just met her like a couple of days ago, and she was going to Odessa at the same time. So now she's gonna give me a tour of Odessa as well. High five. So Odessa in the summertime, it is the place apparently that all Ukrainians come to. Has the best weather. It's where you go on your beach vacation. Apparently there are some beaches down here. I never thought that there were beaches in Ukraine. But according to Stasia, there are. Wow. Look at this. This is Ukraine. Would you believe this is Ukraine if you didn't know otherwise? I wouldn't. But there you go. Hell yeah. Never in a million years did I think I'd be on a beach in Ukraine in the middle of their war against Russia. Their war of defense. Як справи?
Все добре.
Добре? Я теж. Ти тут? Де?
Я сам з Києва, але...
Сам з Києва? О, Київ. Окей. Я з Америки. І перший в Україні. It's beautiful. Красивий.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And like almost every Ukrainian, you speak some English as well. Great. Don't have to be modest about it. You have a good one.
You too.
See you. Wow, got seashells and everything. Oh, nice. What's your favorite memory on the Odessa beach, being a Ukrainian?
I think it was my recent trip to Odessa with my friends. It was so much fun. We drank a lot of beer here. It was great. The weather was nice. That's all.
Sounds Ukrainian.
Yeah.
And there were no drones or anything?
Not this time, no.
Yes. Perfect summer. Can a dead jellyfish still sting you?
Those ones don't sting you.
Okay. Without your expertise, I would have thought that was something else, to be honest with you. Beach life. Як справи?
Никак.
Що тут ви найцікавішого бачили за рибалку?
Акулу.
A shark.
A shark. Okay.
Реально? Велику?
Не, есть же маленькие акулы.
A small shark.
Oh, nice.
То
Good.
дрони не ловили, так?
Дроны.
No drones inside.
Did you catch the shark?
Ви зловили ту акулу?
Не.
Ні.
Yeah. Okay.
Кому она нужна?
Хунізи.
Как погоды? Что на пенсии делать? Рыбу ловить.
He's retired. Not retarded, retired. He retired and he comes here when the weather is nice.
I got you.
Get some fish.
Okay. So thank you.
Дякую дуже.
Are not retarded, retired fishermen.
I didn't mean to say that.
That's all right. Sound like a true American. What's this babushka doing?
She's sitting down.
Oh, хліб?
Хліб. Чайки кормимо.
There you go. They're pretty small.
Навзаєм.
So this over here is actually the beach shelter. You can see the word Ukritia right there. Can't imagine enjoying a beach vacation and having to run to a shelter, but that's life in Ukraine.
Okay, it's closed for now. I think they open if the alarm goes on.
Oh. Some shelters in Ukraine will only open in times of alarms. So like alerts if there's a drone in the area.
It's for safety reasons. Because we don't want homeless people to go there. Or any drug addicts, I don't know.
Yep. What you're saying is music to many Americans' ears. So you were in, do you mind if I ask? You were in the war when you were 19?
Ви пішли служити, коли вам було 19?
Добровольцем пішов. Я не підписував контракт.
He was a volunteer there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Дякуємо вам.
hope you heal soon. Slava Ukraini. It's a crazy thing about Ukraine, you know? Anyone you could be talking to, they may have been in the conflict. Now they're resting, serving coffee and tea to this dumb American.
No.
No? None of the shelters are open. This one is literally just a shipping container. Theoretically, it could protect you against shrapnel, I guess, if something exploded in the area. Beautiful view. I never get tired of seeing like these like wheelchair platforms. Like I feel like you have to be a very adventurous handicapped person to go down these. You see these all over the former Soviet Union.
It's like a roller coaster.
You just ride your wheelchair down, and boom. And here's a big glass hotel, which is shockingly still in business, even during the war. Що це? Мистецтво?
Мистецтво? Ну, мабуть. Maybe. Maybe.
Більше і менше.
Ну, але прикольно.
Yeah.
Клас, клас, правда?
Yeah. Just taking a picture with the beach. Yeah. This is my beach vacation in Ukraine. In October. This is as close as I get to firing an actual gun in Ukraine. How many do I get?
16. You should aim for the 6. You're so bad at this.
We're just gonna edit that part out.
You're not that American.
That's how you know I'm from New York. Спасибо.
Those were the cities that were hit by Russians.
So all these cities are the ones that were bombed or invaded by Russia. Kharkiv, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Sumy, Igrin, and Bucha. All right, so I'm back in my neighborhood, and I just learned that the reason why this building is so messed up, let's see if I can walk near it. The reason that this building is so messed up is that it was literally directly hit by a missile. And that was just a few months ago. That hotel across the street was also damaged. And my hotel is right around the corner, which means this area is a prime target. It does feel like the longer that you stay here, the more fatalistic that you become. Most of the Ukrainians I talk to tell me something like, if it's your time, it's your time. They turn off the notifications from the alarm app. They just don't worry about it. All right, so this is my kind of fancy hotel room. Not particularly expensive fancy hotel room. It's like 60 bucks. And, well, it's Friday night in Odessa. It's also my last night in the country. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get a calm night. And I can relax. But I think either way, I'm starting to pick up just a bit of that stoicness that the Ukrainians have adopted throughout this war. To be here is to understand them and know what they're going through. So it is currently 12:49 at night. There are explosions in the city. The power for this hotel was just knocked out. And once again, everyone is gathering in the shelter. I was literally about to fall asleep, and then boom, air raid sirens rang out. Woke me the hell up, found out there's more than 10 drones flying over Odessa right now. The Russians are aiming for all the power infrastructure. They're trying to basically deny electricity all over the country. It's almost completely pitch black outside. There's still electricity in this hotel because it has a backup generator.
Attention, the air alert is on. May the force be with you.
The air alert is over. Maybe I could sleep now. Can I please sleep, Russia? Give me a break. Alright, good morning, and it's back to looking like any other city in Europe. Power's back, electricity's back. It's very impressive how quickly the Ukrainians get everything back online after these attacks, which will become more and more important as the winter drags on.
So Stasia, how was your night?
It was awesome. I had so much fun. We had some explosions, the power went off, and then I went to sleep again.
Typical Ukrainian night, I guess. I'm slowly becoming more like her the longer I stay here, pretty much. It's worth mentioning it again, just how beautiful this city is. It's like, this looks like something straight out of Paris. Look at all this. It's insane. Odessa, or the area around Odessa, was originally under control of the Ottoman Turks. Then the Russian Empire came in under Catherine the Great and set up Odessa as basically a trading port on the Black Sea. And it became a place where all different kinds of immigrants could come and mingle. That's kind of how the city came into being. So in spite of everything that's going on, you'll still find many monuments of Russians from the 1800s around the city. Most of the Soviet monuments were taken down. Odessa, even now, is known as a very kind of Russian-speaking city. Like, I've been in shops here, the people start speaking Russian to me, not Ukrainian. They can still be proud of being Ukrainian, but they speak Russian. Like, the language, the culture, the language and the nationality are different. Stasia, why do you have the choice to leave this country at any time? Why do you choose to stay here?
Why would I leave the perfect country, right? I think it's my home, my family is here, my life is here, my friends are here. I wouldn't want to trade that for safety. I feel safe here.
True.
And I'm not a pussy, right?
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
All right. We've reached the last day in Ukraine. It's time to leave. And actually, I was trying to figure out how to do that. The border crossings down here in the farthest south of Ukraine are a bit complicated. I'm trying to head towards Romania. The border between Ukraine and Romania is the Danube River. And as far as I could tell, I looked it up, apparently there's a ferry crossing. I have no idea if it's still operational, but we're gonna go for it.
Если $200 без додатка.
$200?
Да.
It's okay.
А?
It's okay. Хорошо. До побачення. I was trying to get this man to drive me all the way to the border with Romania at the last minute. He said he couldn't do it because there's too many potential complications along the way. Can't predict what might happen. So now I'm looking at taking a bus. It's going to be one of those buses. That is an old Soviet-looking bus right there. Everyone is a bit confused when I'm doing this.
Зараз?
Зараз.
У вас билет есть? Тикет?
Я хочу купить билет. This is a bit confusing. I'm just trying to get... I think there's only one bus that goes to that city. Romania, yeah.
Орловка.
Орловка. Окей, я иностранец.
Да, это Орловка. Орловка это будет $300.
$200.
$250, поехали. Это,
300.
Это далеко.
250, окей.
Поехали.
300.
Окей. Мне нужно банкомат.
200 баксов. 20 баксов за сышку.
А ты тут
Ну не
пришел?
ведем за 20 баксов.
Сейчас, да.
Ну я его мимо того болтал сегодня. Я тебе серьезно говорю.
What a trip. What a trip.
passing by a border station that goes to Moldova. Most of this trip will ride right along the border with Moldova.
Чай чи кофе? Ничего. Гамбургер. Хот-дог.
Что это?
Хот-дог, сосиска.
Окей. Один готов.
Одну. Хот-дог.
Это.
Сосиску.
Это сосиску.
Ага.
Один.
Одну.
Yeah.
Поговорили.
Чуть-чуть.
Я понял. Чай, кофе. Американо. Но?
Не хочу. Спасибо.
Все нормально.
She finds this very funny. Как...
Ой,
Что?
так хочется поговорить. Да. Вы тоже американец, нет?
Very amusing. Сколько стоит?
О,
Yeah.
понимаю. 40.
40. Окей. 40. Окей, 200.
200. Ничего, нормально. Все нормально.
Все нормально. Как жизнь здесь?
100%.
Окей. Ракеты нет?
Кем? А ракета? Мы так красиво разговариваем. Ракеты нет. Нету ракет.
Нету ракет?
Нет.
Окей.
Не дай бог. Прилетит.
Окей.
Чай, кофе.
Американского.
Добрый.
Yeah. That was a funny bubbles, yeah. Sometimes I just don't know what other conversation topic to pick in Ukraine. No missiles? Great. Make the babushka laugh? I do what I can. This might be my last meal in Ukraine. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like I'm trying to come up with the words to summarize this experience, this trip, as if I'm trying to find some deeper meaning traveling through Ukraine, to being in jail, Russia last year, for ridiculous reasons. Maybe I'll come up with them later.
Готов?
Okay.
Да, yes.
Yep. Okay. А вы все?
Все?
Окей.
Окей.
Безопасного пути домой.
Спасибо, удачи.
High five. Okay, here we are. I'm the very last person onto the boat. There's no bridge across the Danube, just a ferry. For some reason, this border crossing is like not widely publicized. If you go online and check for border crossings between Ukraine and Romania, they don't list this one. I just found out about this. That might be because this ferry crossing is mainly for trucks and buses, not for people. I'm literally like the only dude crossing individually. There it is, the Danube River. The same river that flows past Budapest, flows past Vienna, Belgrade, and Serbia. The mightiest river in Europe. And here it flows past Ukraine. Yeah, see? This is for passengers on foot, but there's nobody here. go. Once we cross this river, we're out of Ukraine. Oh man. I was only here for about a week and a half, but man, I'm gonna miss this place. I'm gonna miss it. I really hope I can come back in better circumstances. So, I've passed through a very thorough Ukrainian customs check. I'm crossing over to Romania. I thought about it in the car, what I wanted to say at the end of this trip. And this is it. What I wanted to say is, before I came to Ukraine, all I knew was the war. I knew it used to be part of the Soviet Union and not much else. I knew it was the only place that the Russian FSB seemed to care if I had visited when they were interrogating me. To understand this great nation, I had to come and be here myself. And I never expected Ukraine to be this beautiful, even during the war. There are few nations that have everything that Ukraine does. Beautiful mountains in the west, incredible views on the sea in the south, rolling plains and hills in the center, magnificent cities throughout. But the most beautiful part of Ukraine is actually its people. Ukrainians are incredible. They're some of the friendliest people I've met in Europe, even if they don't smile that much in public. They're brave, braver than I. Imagine living your life with drones constantly attacking your city. Every Ukrainian there, whether they speak Ukrainian or Russian, has made a choice to stay and help their country. An amazing people. Some claim Ukraine isn't a real nation. It's just land taken from Hungary or Poland or Russia. That's nonsense. Ukraine is not just a legitimate nation, it's one of the greatest on earth. And I fell in love with Ukraine and its people. And I don't know if it'll take another year for this terrible war to end. Another 3 or 5 or 10. Who knows? But I hope with all my heart that you win. There's not another more justified struggle in the world. And I hope with that, you'll finally have the freedom that you so deserve. Here I am on the other side of the border. There is absolutely no tourist infrastructure whatsoever. I just walked through 10 minutes of darkness, leaving the customs area, and I'm in some small town. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm trying to get to Bucharest. Am I gonna have to hitchhike? Am I gonna have to convince my way onto one of these buses or trucks or something? I don't know. We'll pick up this adventure in the next one. See you later. Do побачення, Ukraine. I really hope to see you again one day. Пока-пока. Здравствуйте. All right. Welcome to what is supposed to be the poorest, least visited country in all of Europe. Yeah. That's a unique design right there. Welcome to Moldova. Moldova. A country you've probably never heard of, even though it's in Europe. Ooh, look at all these commie blocks. But you know, that's not exactly a fair description for a country. That's not a great way to introduce a place. And I've heard that things are starting to slowly look up here in Moldova. So, as my first visit to the country, I could give you my impressions. Let's do it. Let me try and remember my Russian and my extremely poor Romanian.
Это визитную карточку.
Я иностранец, я не понимаю.
Да. Инглеза цележит, да?
Инглеза, американский.
Яка? Инглеза.
Okay.
Честно.
Life's biggest questions. Where can we find the answer? Okay. Спасибо. Bye. Reminds me of home. I'm already getting preached to. Martori Louis Lehova. Oh, they were Jehovah's Witnesses. They got Jehovah's Witnesses here in Moldova? Oh man, America. No matter where you go, our influence is there. Wait, did Jehovah's Witnesses come from America? I'm pretty sure they did. Obviously the Mormons did. Take credit for that one. So, you know, I mean, this doesn't look too shitty so far. From what I looked up, this is one of the best places to visit in Moldova. It's like the central park of Chisinau, which is the city we're in. Capital of Moldova. All right, I'm seeing some manicured gardens here. This all looks very nice. Красивый. Красивый сад. Got some nice old ladies building the park. Things are literally looking up here in Moldova. They're sprouting up. A whole new country is taking root. And behind me, there you go. There's the Arc de Triomphe of Moldova. I don't know what that arch is actually called, but let's call it that. And then just across the street there, I don't know if you can see it, they seem to be setting up some kind of like concert or building something. Moldova is booming. You can make out the flag of the European Union and Moldova, two big flags. We've actually arrived here at a bit of a critical moment. Just a few weeks ago, there was a big election where it was rumored that the Russian government was interfering in the election. They were trying to prop up a pro-Russia party. The pro-EU party, the one that wants to join the European Union, get closer to the rest of Europe, they won. There you go. The dawn of a new era in Moldova. Excuse me, do you speak English? No. Yeah, what is this building right here?
Government.
That's the government?
Да.
Where they have the money?
Да.
Okay, thank you. All right. How close can we get? Am I allowed to walk up here? I understand just enough Romanian to read the sign right there, which says Guvernul Republicii Moldova. So this is the government of Moldova right here. I don't know if I'm allowed to stand here. Imagine just like walking right into the White House like this. What I've learned about Moldova so far is it's really easy to walk anywhere. Literally anywhere. Excuse me. Speak English?
No.
No? Ce asta? Stand? Stage. Stage? Okay. Concert? Like music?
Yeah.
Music? Okay. When? What? Wednesdays. 2 days? Oh, it's over. Oh, it's finished. Okay. Thanks. Unfortunately, we missed the concert. So they're not building something, they're actually tearing something down. They're tearing down a stage that hosted the hottest artist of the Moldovan music scene. I have no idea who they are, but that's how much Moldova is booming right now. Moldova's just got too much going on. They got to take stuff down. One of the few places you'll still see a Ukrainian and Russian flag together. We are, believe it or not, right on the border with Ukraine. Moldova's entire eastern flank is Ukraine. Well, actually, it's our breakaway region called Transnistria, but we'll get to that later. Now here we are, out in the middle of this beautiful little park. Got like this little cafe in the middle of it. There's a guy that comes and plays on the piano once in a while. How nice is this? How nice is this? It all feels a bit more Latin than anything else, you know, sitting in a park with a coffee. There's a reason for that. Moldova historically was very connected to Romania, which speaks a Latin language. Has kind of a Latin culture. Not quite as Latin as like Italy, but you know. Moldova is basically Romania, but all the old people speak Russian. Why is that, you ask? It's because Moldova used to be a part of the Soviet Union. Moldova was forcibly taken from Romania by Joseph Stalin in the 1940s. Moldova didn't get its independence from the Soviet Union until 1990. And ever since then, the political situation has been a bit complicated. Here's a big new glass office building. This must have been built in just the last few years. Of course, it's for a bank, the Bank of Moldova, but hey, they're building stuff. I told you, Moldova's booming. But then, all you really have to do is just step a little bit out of that city center area, and then, well, it doesn't look so great anymore. But hey, what can you do? It's a work in progress. Moldova, going sky high. They're going to the moon. The whole city feels extremely centrally planned. Get the whole Soviet Union thing. And actually very walkable. It's a pretty walkable city here in Chisinau. Chisinau? How do you say it? And of course, the Russian influence is still here. We have Gazprom, the big Russian oil company, right across the street from the U.S. Embassy. Coincidence? Coincidence? Actually, probably yes. This is like the Embassy Street, apparently. There's Greece. I don't know, this is not looking too bad. Not looking too bad, to be honest with you. I'm not sure like how long it's been since Moldova was a shithole, but times have changed a bit. A nice lake. A nice, very centrally planned looking lake. I don't know. This is my first time here, so I'd say this is not bad at all. I don't know what the locals think, though.
Извините, ты из Молдовы?
Да.
Становится ли жизнь здесь лучше?
Ну как сказать?
Нет?
Для кого лучше, для кого не очень лучше.
Okay, so.
Зарплата маленькая у людей. И поэтому они просто уезжают с этой страны куда подальше. Сейчас вот я продаю вещички на ЖД вокзале. И вот я зарабатываю на хлеб с маслом. Вот он сейчас. Вот.
Right,
спасибо большое.
Yeah, спасибо.
All right. Not everyone's happy here. Really trying to remember my Russian here to talk to the locals.
Я первый раз в Молдове. Как жизнь здесь?
Мы то же самое. Мы из Украины.
А Украины?
В Молдове, впервые в Кишиневе. Вот ходим и смотрим, как тут жизнь.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, я был в Украине last week.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Are you speak English too?
Yes, we speak English.
Nice, wonderful. Yeah, I really enjoyed Ukraine.
Thank you.
I hope things get better.
Where are you from?
New York.
Oh, super.
Yeah, it's my first time here, so.
We work with American partners because we're English teachers.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Now we found the Ukrainian English teachers. Nice. High five.
So, Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one. And Slava Ukraini.
Nice time. Thank you.
That's funny. Well, I couldn't really give an opinion on life here in Moldova, but that's wild to meet some Ukrainian English teachers. My first time in Moldova, I just heard that like it was a poor country, that is like behind. Yeah. Are things getting better here?
Yeah, it's getting better. Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay. Like in what ways?
Always maybe economical, some grants, some it comes from European Union. For a person who lives here for entire life, like I feel it. Like
you feel it's better?
Yeah, because I lived in other countries, so I feel the contrast. I think because we start to be more like Europeans, to have European standards or something like this. It's cool. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. Happy to hear that. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
Have a good time.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Now, granted, you've seen the building outside. It's very Soviet. It's very old. But this is a completely modern apartment. This only costs $40 a night. By European standards, that's pretty cheap. That's pretty cheap. By American standards, that's crazy cheap. By Southeast Asian standards, that's it's kind of eh. But we're not in Southeast Asia. You know, wouldn't it just suck to arrive in your dream destination and then not be able to find your hotel because you don't have Wi-Fi? Sometimes you just can't find a SIM card in the airport or anywhere. Maybe you should try something better from Nomad that will save you a lot of time. A new way to travel for maybe the rest of your lives. An eSIM. Nomad is trusted with a 4.8 star rating on the App Store. Nomad provides eSIMs with a stable and reliable connection, super easy setup, and access to over 200 destinations. I always use an eSIM now whenever I travel, and I travel a lot. And Nomad gives you unlimited, regional, or global plans, also known as flexible plans. Okay, wow, I can hear myself now. They also guide first-time users clearly and even let you test with a free 1 GB trial for 3 days. And Nomad is great if I'm traveling with someone else too. It lets me hotspot, so there's no more fights over data when we travel. Nomad eSIM starts at just $1.10 per gigabyte. One of the most competitive rates out there. You can get 20% off for all new and existing users by using the code NAMTOMMY. So go to your app store, either on iOS or Google Play, download Nomad eSIM, use my code, and go out and explore the world. See you out there. So this is Moldova. This is Chisinau, the capital. And, well, as you can see, it's still a bit gritty looking in parts, but I want to give Moldova a new name. I want to give it the name of the most improved country in Europe. You should definitely visit. But if we left it at that, if we stopped right here in Chisinau, in the capital, obviously that's not the full picture. You can never judge a country just by its capital city. I've learned that lesson too many times. Moldova is a very complicated country. Maybe a small country, but there's a lot going on here. There's actually multiple nations within Moldova. And today, I want to take you to a place that nobody ever talks about. It's a place that demanded independence. It's a place that speaks Russian. And I'm not talking about Transnistria, which you may have heard of. It's a place called Gagauzia. And for whatever reason, I will be the first vlogger to go there. Surely that's not true. But I'll be the first vlogger that you've heard of to go there. So, let's get out into the countryside of Moldova. I'm excited. Let's go see what we can find. Thankfully, I have a car for the journey. Driving in a former Soviet country. This should be fun. One kind of weird thing about Moldova is that they don't seem to have like any parking garages. I don't know if this is like a European thing. I haven't driven enough in Europe to know, but so you just see like cars everywhere on the sidewalk. There's a
guy with a Ukraine plate right in front of me. I'm starting to think half of Moldova is actually Ukrainian. So Gagauzia, the place that we're currently driving to, is a very interesting region. It's home to the Gagauz people, appropriately. And the Gagauz apparently are a group of people who originally were Turkic, like they came from Central Asia. They speak a Turkic language, which is interesting. So it's like related to Turkish or even like Kazakh. But they're Christian. So it's kind of weird. Like people are not sure of their origins. There's also like the thought that maybe they're Bulgarian and then they adopted a Turkish language. They're in the Ottoman Empire. Who the hell knows? Maybe we'll find out today. Here it comes. Look at this. Need to pull this car a little farther away from the road. There's too many drunk drivers in this region. Okay. Well, look at that view. So this right here officially marks the beginning of the Gagauz Republic. Unlike Transnistria, there is no customs, there's no passport check. There's just a nice little sign. But they do have their own flag, as you can see up there. Waving. It's a windy day. Getting excited. Look at all this beautiful farmland over here. I gotta say, Moldova might have the most beautiful farmland I've seen anywhere in Europe. Maybe in the world. Sorry, we're not in Moldova anymore. We're in Gagauzia. Or are we still in Moldova? We'll have to ask the Gagauz. Good, my car didn't get hit by a drunk driver. And already I think I'm starting to see some Soviet stuff. Is it warm enough to go outside without a jacket? It's like the end of October, but oh yeah, surprisingly decent weather. All right, Moldovans in the comments, or Soviets in the comments. What is this right here? I don't know, but it looks like maybe at some point water would have come out of here. This, I don't think, was built by the Russians. This, obviously, the Soviet Union was a officially atheist society. So, this is the grand return of Christianity to the reason. But look at those views, man. Looks like a video game, you know? I just want to go running out there. It's like an MMO RPG. Limitless. Could go anywhere. Until mom calls downstairs to come eat dinner. You have to put the controller down. Bunch of sheep just grazing on a soccer field. Moldova's great, man. Moldova's great. Sorry, Gagauzia. You can see right inside this house here, there's a bunch of freshly chopped firewood. They keep it traditional out here in Gagauzia. And then look at this. Here is a well. I don't know if it's still being used, but this is literally, I can't even see the bottom. Oh yeah, they got the barrel right here. So I guess, so people genuinely still use this to get water. Okay, hold up. I'm not trying to break anything here. This is how I get banned from countries.
Oh no, I see it down there.
Would you believe I haven't seen something like this since Africa?
look at that. Fresh water, straight from the well. Now, how do I grab it before it falls again? Hold up, hold up. All right, got it. Got my drinking water. Oh. So I'm not trying to get like European malaria here. What diseases do they have in Europe? Smallpox? The bubonic plague? We gotta be careful. As you can see from that sign, we are in Komrat Gaugazyeri, the capital of the Gaugas. Still haven't met a single person yet. There's a lot of cool shit along the side of the road here. Oh, this must be a Gaugas drinking fountain. They even provide you with a cup. That's awesome. That's awesome that they can give you a cup and nobody steals it. I think I'll chance it with this one. Refreshing. Tastes as refreshing as it is to be an autonomous republic in Moldova. So we are currently on Strada Lenin Street. We have to stay on Lenin Street for about 3 kilometers. The Gagauz apparently, am I saying that right? The Gaugas. What is the order of the syllables? I don't know. Anyway, they apparently, it's a bit confusing. They seem to be okay with their Soviet past, so they keep street names like Lenin Street. Oh, there's some people. Some Gaugas waiting for the bus. All right, so apparently this is the capital of Gagauzia. And there you have it. The capital of Gagauzia. You're not going to see a car like that in too many European countries. I feel like that would make a good Instagram picture. It's too bad I don't give a shit about Instagram. All right, here we are in downtown Comrade. I love how the capital of Gagauzia is literally Comrade. We are in the comrade of us all. Looks very exciting. But yeah, here we go. So you can see here it says Prodayotsia, for sale. I know that much in Russian. All the signs here in the central square of Gagauzia, they're in Russian. Извините, это моя первый раз из Гагаузия. Люди здесь говорят по-русски или романски?
Больше всего на русском языке. И я сама гагаузская, но спасибо русским людям, чтобы они дали нам образование, дали, что мы здоровы и счастливы. Ну, конечно, я гражданка Молдовы, я Молдову уважаю. Я ее... А вы откуда сам?
Я из Америки.
Америка?
Америка.
А, Америка? Америка.
Yeah.
Тот человек, который хочет языки изучать, не надо его, он сам будет. Ну, я ее не выучила, мне 67 лет, но мне он не нужен, но я практически понимаю. Кого вы не спрашиваете, все общаются и все знают русский язык.
Окей.
Ладно, давайте. Я вижу,
русский язык, я понимаю. Окей. Спасибо большое. Bye-bye. All right, she was really going off there. But we have learned that for sure, the main language here is Russian. All right, looks like a cool church over here. Here's a sign that says Chisinau, the capital of Moldova. I think it's also a beer though. So far, this is definitely my favorite part of Gagauzia. These like little Gagauzian water fountains. This one doesn't have a cup like the other one, but look at that. Why can't we have nice things in America? All right, look at this. That's a beautiful fountain right there. Pop our head in here real quick. It's a Gagauz Church. I just learned this the other day, but you'll notice how there's like no pews in there, like you would see in a Protestant or Catholic church. Apparently, in Orthodox churches, they're supposed to like stand for the whole thing. And you thought Mass as a child was annoying if you're Catholic. Вы знаете, сколько лет эта церковь?
1842 года.
Oh, wow. The interesting thing about this region is that the people, although researchers are not sure about this, were supposed to have originally come from Asia. They were Turkic, which means possibly they were Muslim and then converted to Christianity, like the reverse. So that's unique. You don't see that happening too often. Look at all those flags. That's a lot of flags right there. So again, this is the flag of Gagauzia, the Autonomous Republic of Gagauzia. They don't claim to be an independent country like Transnistria. And this is, I think this is actually, is this the Gagauz language? I don't think that's Romanian. No, who's that over there? Why, of course, it is Vladimir Lenin, our old friend. And I thought I wasn't going to be seeing any more Lenin statues. This place makes no sense at all.
No?
Что это за язык? Это язык. Это гагаузский язык?
Да, здесь и гагаузы.
А, окей. Как сказать спасибо за гагаузский?
Саун.
Саун?
Саун.
Саун. Окей.
А вы откуда?
Я из Америки.
О, of America, в общем.
Первый раз встретит американский?
Yes.
Окей, очень приятно. Очень приятно. Окей, Саун. Саун. Я люблю. Bye-bye. That was adorable. So there you go. That is the Gagauzian language in the shadow of Vladimir Lenin. I like this. Why does nobody come here? This is awesome. Apparently this right here is the government for all of Gagauzia. This is the whole province, state, oblast, I don't know what to call it, but that's Gagauzia. Right across the street from the supermarket. So just pop in, get your groceries, walk over to the government, recommend some changes. Speak less Moldovan if you're that old lady from before. Oh, what's this over here? Oh, this is, no way. Hold on. That right there is literally a statue of Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the most Turkish of all Turks. It's right in his name, Ataturk, the first president of Turkey, the Turkish Republic, and a man that is generally very well respected. You have to respect the man. He turned Turkey into a secular society. He said there should never be a dictator in Turkey. If there ever is, the army should come in and overthrow the government. His words have never been more relevant. Looking at the current leader of Turkey. Tommy, you haven't gone to Turkey yet, okay? Don't get banned from the country before you go. But yeah, once again, proving the Turkish connection here in southern Moldova. The random Turkish Christian Orthodox connection. What a weird place. But I like it. This is becoming one of my favorite side trips. Huh. Looks like they are building things here in the Gagauz Republic. Good to see that. Very good to see that. Looks like it might be a fancy apartment complex, so get over here. Get in while the iron's hot. Moldova. I guarantee you in like 5 years, all of a sudden there's going to be a bunch of posts on Instagram. There's going to be a bunch of influencers streaming into Moldova saying like, Europe's best kept secret. And Gagauzia is even more hidden than Moldova.
says that this manhole cover was made in the Soviet Union 1969. Hasn't budged. They haven't made a new one since then. Man. What a weird place. And apparently in this park there is something called the Eternal Flame. Maybe that's it right there. And here we go. The Eternal Flame of Gagauzia. Who are the heroes of Gagauzia? Don't know, but that was definitely built by the Soviets. Yep. As always, with most eternal flames in the former Soviet Union, it's people who died fighting in World War II. Which, as we saw back in Ukraine, that's something that everybody in these lands can get behind. Because it was not just Russians fighting that war, it was Ukrainians, Moldovans, Gagauzians. Huh. All right. What else is there to do? We may have tapped out Comrade. We may have tapped out the capital of Gagauzia, but this is not the only town in the region. There are other places to explore. As you can see, it's such a beautiful day. It's the end of October. The end of October, and I'm out in a t-shirt. We got to take advantage of this. Let's go check out another town. I mean, I don't want to go too far off the beaten path. I don't want to be going near any borders or anything. Not in a Russian-speaking area. I really learned my lesson about that one. But, you know, let's just go somewhere quaint. Now, I had heard rumors of the dirt roads in Moldova, but this is the first time seeing one. Credit to them.
Then turn right to stay on street. Victoria.
Shut up. Credit to them. Moldova has to be like the most improved country in all of Europe. Sorry, I keep forgetting we're in Gagauzia. Gagauzia. But they have the Moldovan flag up. I don't think they mind. Just don't speak Moldovan. Don't speak Moldovan to that lady. She doesn't like it. So I looked something up called Belsama, and it's recommended to go visit there because it has a windmill. Isn't that fun? Listen, I know. Gagauzia, it doesn't have the grandest tourist attractions, I know. But let's give it a shot. All right, here we are in another town, another Gagauz town, Belsama. There's another cool bus stop. This looks like it might actually be post-Soviet. Again, you can tell by the image of Mary right there. Soviets not going to put anything religious on a bus stop. Huh. All right, so where's the windmill? How do you say windmill in Russian? Ветряная мельница. Why does that word have to be so hard? Ветряная мельница. Oh, this is a real rural town right here. Smells like shit. Not human shit, but livestock. Извините, где ветряная мельница? Okay.
Вот, видишь, на горе.
Да, там?
Вот, на горе, видишь?
Okay.
Вот, видишь, на горе.
Okay, на горе.
Ага, на горе.
Okay.
Идешь потихоньку по дороге туда и туда.
Это гагаузский язык?
Гагаузский.
А, окей.
Это русский. Мы говорим
это русский.
На русском. Мы можем сказать по-гагаузски. Gidersin tebrdan Rus, sonra sarparsın sağ tarafa, gidersin daha sarparsın yamca.
Ah, okay, sound.
Sound.
Sound. Bye bye. That was awesome. I love when people speak foreign languages to me unprompted. What are these guys doing? Что это? Пиво?
Where are you from?
America.
America?
You speak English?
Yeah, I speak.
Nice. Yeah, I'm from America. I'm looking for the windmill.
No right.
Let's go, English class. Remember. Okay. Enjoy your beer. Thank you. Someone.
Okay.
I love your region. All right. You see a lot of strange things here in the Gagauz region, but the people seem all right. Wow. Wild to see all these dirt roads here in Europe. Wonder why they're not paved yet. You can see the same kind of overhead yellow gas piping that I saw when I was traveling through Russia last year. Which makes me wonder if this actually originates in Russia. If so, there's no gas going through there now. Ukraine cut off the connection at the beginning of this year. I love days like this. Beautiful sunset. Out in the country. A place that is always foreign to this New Yorker. Now, it's safe to say this might be the most backwards redneck place I've been in Europe. But I'm a fan. It's unique. Now, where's that windmill? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have traveled by car for half an hour and then took a 20-minute walk to reach this point. I am very, very excited to show you the most exciting thing in Basalma. Here it is. The windmill of Basalma. So happy I came here. Now, maybe we can go inside. That would make this mildly more exciting. Yep. That's the end of the fun. No more fun from the famous windmill of Basalma. You know, I was trying to figure out why there's so many like white feathers surrounding this windmill. And I'm starting to put two and two together here. There is what appears to be like a goose farm, is that a thing? A goose farm over there. There's a bunch of ducks and goose in a cage over there. And this is a windmill. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh, those poor ducks. Those poor ducks. Run, my friends. Run from the windmill. You don't know what is waiting for you over there. I'm saying this for your own good. Please run. End the genocide. There's been too much violence in this region already. I even got like a little duck pond over here. Huh. Well, may not be the most exciting town for humans, but for ducks, this is like an adventure travel destination #1. Top of the list. Alright, I think I might be starting to see why nobody comes here. Not to say I've had a bad time, but they don't quite have the hard-hitting tourist attractions you need to compete with Mykonos and Ibiza. Guys, you can't go anywhere. You're already cornered. It's all right. I'm not the windmill. I'm not the windmill. I'm not the windmill. God. If only we could communicate. Look at this well. Look at this well. It's pretty cool. Never seen like
a well with a cross on it. Does that mean that all the water in here would be holy water? You'll have to come to Balsamo to find out.
Это ваша?
We found the owner of the ducks. Они бегут everywhere. Found the duck whisperer. She is the duck whisperer. Вау. Это для меня очень интересно. Я из большой город. Нью-Йорк. Yeah.
Спасибо.
Wow. Happy ending. The duck whisperer lady found her ducks. They did not get genocided by the windmill. This has to be one of the most random trips I've taken in a while. But I'm liking it. So you might be wondering, as I did, why does a Turkic group in Moldova speak Russian and not want to be part of Moldova? Why do they have like this love for the Soviet Union, for Russia, the Russian language? And it turns out in the 1980s, when there was a big movement to reunite Moldova with Romania, there still is to a certain degree. There are many Moldovans and Romanians that would like to reunify. They speak the same language. However, there were some crazy nationalists that called to remove all of the Russians, Ukrainians, and Gagauz out of Moldova to take it back into Romania. And apparently, that kind of stirred a bit of ethno-nationalist fervor in this region. Or maybe a fear. You know, no one ever likes to hear that they're about to be expelled. Or at least that is the Russian side of the story. You have to keep in mind that in recent history, Russia has driven kinds of independence movements in all of its neighbors. In Georgia, famously Ukraine, here in Moldova with Transnistria, and Gagauzia probably is no exception. If Moldova joins the EU, I think everybody's just gonna chill out. You know what brings people together? You know what really brings people together? Making more money. And that's what you get in the EU. I mean, not that much more money. Sorry, it's still Europe. You're gonna have to go to America and basically trade your quality of life for labor, and then you can make some serious money. God bless America. God bless America. What am I saying? Извините, я турист из Америки. Или Moldova, или страна?
Moldova.
And as you can see, people are not that, they're not that nationalist here. They're cool. They're just living life. All right, there's one more thing I wanted to see here before we bounce out of Gagauzia. Apparently there's a really cool World War II memorial, of course. Of course there's a really cool World War II memorial in the Russian-speaking town. Let's go check that out. Bro, no way. It's the Balsamo Disco and Bar. Damn. Imagine how lit the parties in there must be. Damn. I'm so sorry I'm missing that. Damn, you could just be getting your drink on, and then come out here. You got this beautiful view. Look at this terrace right here. Oh man, this place is
This is a real redneck paradise right here. Oh man. Apparently the monument is down here. There is clearly not a National Parks and Recreation group in Gagauzia. Not quite taking care of their national heritage here. And then I walk past it? What the hell is this thing? Just keep walking past more and more Russian gas pipes. Oh damn. The whole time it was behind this church. Wait, do I have to go through the church to get to it? Maybe we can walk over here. Okay. That was pointless, but here we go. Here we go. The World War II Soviet monument of the Sama. Look at that. Look at that. 1941 to 1945. And there's a dude with like an AK-47 in the air. Slava Garoyam. Slava Garoyam. Glory to the heroes. Slava is of course the same thing that the Ukrainians are yelling out, except they say Slava Ukraini. Glory to Ukraine. And then apparently that's the church up there. Can you imagine having like a badass World War II monument right behind your church? I mean, I'd probably be more interested in going to church if that were the case. They even have what looks like it used to be kind of eternal flame right here. Probably long since extinguished. It's a miracle that they still have the one going in Comrade, the capital. Gagauzia. Nice place, but apparently the poorest part of the country. Oh, wait, I thought I was done. There's one more cool thing over here. This is ta-da, the monument to Afghanistan, 1979 to 1989. That is, of course, the OG war in Afghanistan, when the Soviets went in and got their asses kicked by the Taliban before the US went in and did the same. The one thing the US and Russia can bond on. What a place. Gagauzia. Zero regrets about coming here. Zero regrets, my friend. Sorry, one more thing. There are many national slogans I was expecting to see here in Gagauzia and Transnistria. But I just found a guy who apparently came from Transnistria, and he believes in black power. There you go. The first black nationalist we've found in all of Moldova. The only country I've been to where I don't think I've seen a single black person. I don't think I've seen a black person in like 3 weeks. Black power here in Gagauzia. Privyet, salut, from the complicated country of Moldova. And let me say that again for emphasis. We are in Moldova, an independent country. But today, I want to go to a place that claims to be a country, yet nobody recognizes it. A place that definitely does not want to be part of Moldova. A place that is more Russian than Russia itself. I wish to go to Transnistria. A place that literally has Russian soldiers walking around on the streets. I really should not go to this place, but God help me, I am too curious. It's very likely it may genuinely not exist anymore soon because of changing geopolitical circumstances. So, we gotta go right now. Let's do it. Roman money. It's very cute. It's like so... feels kind of cheap. But we're in Moldova.
Have a nice trip.
Thank you. Nastya has just kindly ordered a taxi for me because I can't use any of the taxi apps. Hey. Salut. Tiraspol. Нужно паспорт поехать в Тирасполь?
Да.
Окей.
Есть?
Есть.
А сам откуда?
Я в Америке.
Из Америки?
Из Америки. Я говорю плохо по-русски.
Поймем друг друга.
Alright, here we go.
Кому-то к знакомым едешь туда или нет?
У меня нет искомого. So we are on our way now to a breakaway region. Я говорю из камеры. Без проблем. We are on our way now to a breakaway region colloquially known as Transnistria, across the Dniester River. And this region, this is a very unique place. We're gonna need our passport to cross over because it officially claims sovereignty. It claims to be a country, but no one recognizes it, not even Russia. Кишинев, Тираспол, какой лучше?
Кишинев лучше.
Я верю.
Очень много проблем с электричеством, с газом.
Вы думаете, в будущем Молдова и Транснистрия будут вместе?
Надеемся.
Да. Я тоже надеюсь.
Мы же одной крови, как говорится, одни и те же люди, но видишь как. Политика есть политика.
Политика есть политика. Okay. The driver is recommending that I go take a piss. The toilet is right here. We're about to hit the Transnistria border control. And I don't want to go too much into it right now, but I am actually nervous. I really hope I'm not about to regret this decision. I see a cool bus stop right over there. Some remnants of the old Soviet architecture. This is an old bus stop. Of course, if you watch this genre of videos, there's another bald YouTuber who has shown many of these Soviet objects. But wow, look at this view. Such a unique country, Moldova. Just this mixture of collapsing, just this mixture of collapsing Soviet architecture mixed with beautiful vineyards. My bad, I'm not calling them vineyards anymore. It's a mixture of both Romanian and Russian culture. But now we're about to go to a part that firmly rejects the Romanian part. And I hope everything will be all right. Я готов. Ты куришь? Oh, орехи. Спасибо. Got some walnuts. The kindness of Moldova. Unexpected kindness. I don't even know how to eat a walnut. Coming up on the border right now. Here we go. Crossing the Dniester River right now. That is what actually marks the boundary between the two places. Marks the boundary of the breakaway region. So after this, we are now in a country not recognized by anyone. And we still have to go through border control. Which is coming up right there, and I gotta turn this off. Alright, and we're through. Нет.
А, ты говоришь?
Да, я говорю с камерой. Без проблем. Все нормально, да? Okay. So we are now in the breakaway region of Transnistria, Pridnestrovia, and that was intimidating, but a little less intimidating than I thought. There were literal Russian soldiers on the border. However, I think they're actually recruited from the local population. And when you come in, you're given a little piece of paper, a little slip. The passport isn't actually stamped, but this says that I have to be out of the country within 24 hours. I think that's because I just told them I would be here for max 1 day. So, but they were friendly. There was a lady at the passport desk. She was very nice. Okay, spasibo.
Sure.
Bye-bye. Okay. Slava Moldova.
Bye-bye.
Sometimes I make decisions that are very questionable. Like this one right here. I'm about to stay in a hotel literally called, wait for it, the Russia Hotel. Oh, Tommy, what are you doing? Doesn't seem to be anybody working at the Russia Hotel. I hear someone. Someone's coming. Oh, it's not the Russian police. Hi, привет. Я хочу... Вот на ночь здесь.
На ночь здесь? У вас
Да.
резервация есть?
У меня нет.
Я сейчас посмотрю, что есть.
Окей.
Вы будете сам?
Сам.
Okay, so I just encountered one of the problems I've heard about this place. Especially during the Ukraine war, they really don't like cameras. Also, they just told me that they do not accept credit cards at the hotel. They do not accept the Moldovan currency, the lei. I have to exchange at this place right here and get some of the local currency. I'm not even sure what that's called.
Here we are in the Russia Hotel. This hotel cost about, I think it was about $70. I had to exchange all of my Moldovan money and then exchange all of my, interestingly, Ukrainian money, plus some dollars and euros, to pay in cash. They did not accept credit cards. This is the only hotel I could find in the city, so this is what we're rolling with. Doesn't look too bad. I am a little nervous about filming in this place. But we're gonna do it. Let us go and explore Tiraspol. All right, so this is the kind of stuff you come into Transnistria to see. The extreme Russianness. It's like you've just crossed into Russia from Moldova, even though the border of Ukraine is literally just a couple of miles, a couple of kilometers from here. Absolutely bizarre place. It's about 6 o'clock at night. Got maybe an hour of daylight. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, look at this thing that's about to pass by. Oh, that is an old tram right there. As you can see by the Russian flags proudly displayed all over the city, this place makes no secret of how we would actually like to just rejoin Russia. We'd like to remake the Soviet Union. It doesn't want to be an independent country. This seems to be like the central square of Tiraspol. First impressions, it looks like they might be outdoing the one in Chisinau. Not that there's a competition. The sign says 233 Tiraspol. As I'm recording this, I don't know what the 233 is for, but I'm going to put that on the screen right here when I go home and research it. I'm also going to put the name of whoever this guy is. But of course, here is a statue of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. But here in Tiraspol, in Transnistria, this bizarre breakaway region inside of Moldova, it's like a time machine. It's like you go back in time to the old Soviet system. Not quite, I mean, it's capitalist now. But more strikingly for me, it's like going back to Russia, and that does not give me a happy feeling. Of course, don't get me wrong, I still have love for the Russian people. I traveled all across Russia, and I received basically nothing but affection from everywhere I went. I say this as I'm about to walk into a restaurant literally called Back to the USSR. My feelings, as you can imagine, are a bit more complicated now. Is that your coat?
No,
It's from the restaurant? That's sick. Fitting in well. Okay. Oh, this means 135.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe this.
Yeah, maybe, what do you recommend?
Local beer.
Local beer? What's the local beer?
Name?
Yeah.
Old Fortress.
Old Fortress? Okay, one Old Fortress. And the chicken Kiev?
So one light beer, one chicken Kiev, and potato, one pelmeni, still water.
Okay. Speak good English. I wasn't expecting anybody here to speak English, to be honest with you. I don't know how to feel about all this. I have no nostalgia for the Soviet Union. I didn't grow up in the Soviet Union. I didn't even get to like experience the Soviet Union before the Russian war in Ukraine, so. This is apparently Soviet, and they told me this is an aperitif. Man, how do I put this? You know, it's like last year when I went to Belarus, when I went to Russia for the first time, and I saw all these signs of the Soviet past. You know, at the time I thought it was cool, I thought it was kitsch, I thought it was, you know, retro. How can you not like it? You know, it's different. But, you know, after being put in jail in Russia and being bombed in Ukraine, all in pursuit of an ideology, this ideology, the Soviet ideology, in pursuit of rebuilding this. I don't know. This shit isn't so cute anymore. But I'm pretty sure this is gonna be good. Ordered a chicken Kiev. Subtle act of rebellion. It's because of the Russian government that Moldova was poor for so long, that they're still objectively poor compared to the rest of Europe, although they're obviously getting better, as we saw. It's because the Russian government kept propping up corrupt politicians that were loyal to Moscow. And you know, listen, it's not like the EU is some perfect organization. I did basically make a hate video about Brussels. But it can also be a huge benefit to a country's economy. Just look at Poland, Hungary. It's just, you know, you have to, like, I guess, ignore some of the policies, take the other ones. And both Moldova and Transnistria were blocked from doing that. But maybe that's going to change soon. The check. How much is it? 258 Pridnestroyven rubles. I think that's what the currency is called, but no idea of the exchange rate. Apparently that's about $15. 2 mains, dessert, a beer, this lively Soviet atmosphere, all for $15. Okay, so that was that. That was not bad, actually. I gotta really be careful with my money here. I didn't know this before coming, but this place is actually under sanctions, just like Russia. None of my Western bank cards are working. I just realized there's literally a caviar machine in my hotel. I can't remember what the prices are, but I don't think that's too bad. I think this is like the fanciest hotel in the whole city. The Russia Hotel. $70 a night to stay in the fanciest hotel. Great, half the lights don't work at my room here in the most expensive hotel in Transnistria. Want to see the TV? Look at the TV. Look at the cute little TV. You're in the most expensive hotel in Transnistria. That is a classic. That is definitely from the Soviet Union. I don't know if I'm an idiot or I just don't understand how this TV works, but this is one case where I feel like maybe the TV just doesn't work right.
Oh, all right. Well, it's a bit weird to be back in Russia. Kind of. This kind of counts as Russia. They want to be Russia. It's almost PTSD inducing, but, you know, going to sleep in Russia. The last time I went to sleep in Russia, that was not a good night. But there's a world of difference between sleeping in a prison in far eastern Siberia and the most expensive hotel room in Transnistria, which is this right here. Even if half the electronics don't work. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. I figured out how to turn on one of the other lights. Now how do I turn all the other lights off? There we go.
So the war in Ukraine continues, and the US is still deciding if it should send weapons to Ukraine or not. On the one hand, you've got Donald Trump saying that Ukraine is gone, all because Zelensky refused to make a deal with Putin, as reported by the government of Russia. And on the other hand, you have Kiev warning that the surrender of Ukraine would actually cause the West to collapse. Those weapons aren't just for Ukraine, but all of Europe. It feels like all of this is being driven by someone with a narrative that they want you to believe. The problem is, people tend to only read the first article they come across, missing out on the bigger picture. And that's why I'm happy to share with you, as always, today's sponsor, Ground News. Their app and website really help you sort out the truth. Where you get your news from heavily influences your worldview. But Ground News gathers the world's news, including from the US, the EU, Ukraine, and even Russia and China, so that we can understand complicated issues from every perspective. The main news sources in America and Europe are becoming more and more biased. You need a tool to help you think for yourself, and Ground News is the best choice for that. I highly recommend them so that you can have more informed conversations on the issues deeply dividing society. Go to ground.news/Sab or scan my QR code so that they know that I sent you. My wonderful viewers will save a massive 50% off the same vintage plan that I use myself and get access to all of their features. As always, I only work with brands that I actually respect, and so by supporting them, you support my crazy trips in return. So thanks. Now let's get back to the video.
There's a lot of things not working in this hotel.
All right, good morning, Dobry utra. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna go around a bit, maybe talk to some of the locals. Gonna try to explain the history of this region, why and how it came to be such a weird place. Such a weird place. And we're gonna try not to get detained while doing that, because this place is basically Russia. And there's soldiers walking around. Why do I do this? All right, let's go. All right, setting up the taxi. Well, let's hope for the best.
Все, байки.
Okay, bye-bye.
Nice to meet you. Come again to our
Very nice to meet you too.
Bye.
Yeah. I will probably never come back here. Well, I mean, that's not true. If the situation changes and I don't have to fear for my life every time I come here, then I'll come back. So we're about to go on a bender. We're going to the only town that this place controls over the Dniester River. It's called Bender. And interestingly, I haven't actually had a Wi-Fi signal the entire time that I've been here. You can't use like a Moldovan eSIM here. But as we're getting closer to the river, my signal is coming back. Okay, let's see that. Okay. I'm not sure how much that taxi cost, but I think I have something like 20 bucks left, and I can't take out any more money here. I'm just gonna have to wrap up this trip pretty soon. Welcome to the town of Bender. And this is apparently the Bender Fortress. Let the Bender begin. All right, so this is apparently a fortress that was originally built by the Ottomans, then the Russians took it over, and I can't show you it because I can't afford it. I don't have enough money. Just can't take out any more money. It's like old times. It's like being a backpacker again. It's like being in Africa the first months of my channel. So the Ottoman Empire expanded as far as here into Moldova. It's another place they took over. And you'll find there's some recurring themes in this region. You had the Ottomans, places like here, and Hungary, and Romania. Then you had the Russian Empire come in, take it over from the Turks. Then you had the Soviets come in. And then you had modern history after the fall of the Soviet Union. And it's been a bit of a mess since then. But there's a big reason why this region came to be. There's a big reason why this region specifically in Moldova was claimed by the Russians, tacitly. They don't officially recognize it, but. So after the fall of the Soviet Union, the major reason why the Russians stepped in to defend this area and help it break away into its own separate republic is because there was a large arms depot here, Soviet weapons left over. And they didn't want this just falling into the hands of the Moldovans, who were probably going to go and just join Romania or something. And so, because this was the one part of Moldova that was majority Russian or Russian speaking, they didn't want to be part of a new independent Moldova. They wanted to stay part of the Soviet Union. And a war broke out because of that. Long before the Ukraine War, there was the Moldovan War. At first, it was just a war between the Moldovans and the Pridnestrovins, as the locals here call themselves. And at first it was pretty even. The Moldovans might have even won. But because the Russians still had a military base here, they stepped in and they supported the Pridnestrovins. They tipped the balance. And thus, this breakaway region was born. And the Russians have been here ever since. I will say, I do keep it real. People here are very polite. Here's a monument. This monument is called the Monument to Russian Glory. Nothing to do with the Soviet Union. It's more about beating the Turks. Don't know why that guy just honked at me, man. Jesus. I just realized, like, right across from that fortress, and to my right here, is some kind of Russian military base, or military depot. I gotta get out of here. Извините, есть Coca-Cola?
Нет.
Нету?
У нас в городе нету. В Днестровье нет.
Okay, it's как Россия. Okay.
Pepsi-Cola только есть.
Pepsi, yes. Okay. So just like Russia, we have a similar product selection. lot of big Western brands are not here, like Coca-Cola, McDonald's. Oh. Это большой.
А, маленькая?
Yeah.
Вот, есть вот.
Окей. 16. Не понимаю, деньги здесь.
Вот 50.
Окей. Это, да? Как жизнь здесь? Хорошая?
По-разному.
Окей. Больше, меньше. Окей. Спасибо. That is life in... I'm running out of money. I gotta be really careful with my money. What can we do with about $18? Well, I mean, things can't be that expensive here. Here's a sign for a little tourist agency, like a local tourist agency, and these are a list of countries that they'll take you to. Very prominently, you can go to Russia, but they have like Western Europe here. The people here are naturally a little more connected to the West than people in Russia proper. Have you noticed which country is not on that list? It's a big neighbor missing. Starts with a U. Oh man, look at all these like super old Russian buses. Trams? Are these trams? These are trams. These are some classics right here. This is the life you can find here in Transnistria. Why is there a 6-year-old singing on the street here? So I don't know, this might be the center of Bender here. We're right in the middle of the Bender. We're going through it. There are some signs announcing something that happened on October 8th. I don't know if that's referring to the war that Transnistria won against Moldova. Sberbank is like the Russian bank. I never thought I'd see that again. I should have brought my Sberbank card. I think I left that shit back in America. Didn't think I'd ever get a chance to use it again. I left like $500 in that bank account. Yep. Only Russian bank cards are gonna work here. No international cards. Okay, so this town actually isn't that bad. It's pretty peaceful, a little boring, but it's nice, it's clean. It's just, I've noticed there's a lot of guys walking the streets in literal Russian military uniforms. They're probably locals that were recruited for the Russian military and they just served here, but most of the people here, a lot of them, hold dual citizenship. So that doesn't make a difference. Anyway, given my track record, it's really freaking me out, and I've heard there's like secret police walking around all the cities in Transnistria, so we're gonna get out of here pretty soon. Here, but of course, there's another statue of Lenin. Mr. Lenin. It might be the last Lenin statue we see for a while. I do have to admit though, this is kind of cool. This, apparently right over here, is a movie theater. Let's go check it out. Это кинотеатр? Кинотеатр. Очень красивый.
Спасибо.
Just for laser tag? I just see a bunch of people with guns in their hands. I'm very confused here. This just says work. And then you have the Israeli flag and the German flag. Wow. I'm really not trying to pull a bold and bankrupt here, but this is some beautiful classic Soviet architecture right here. Or should we say classic imperialist invading architecture. Что пароль Wi-Fi?
Cinema найдите. Cinema. А как подключить?
Интернет.
Интернет. Вот завела пароль.
Очень трудный пароль.
Подключилась?
Сейчас, может. Все?
Спасибо большое.
Пожалуйста.
У меня нет Wi-Fi в Приднестровье. Я иностранец.
Я понял. Садитесь и себе отдыхайте.
Окей, спасибо. Это кинотеатр.
Да.
Очень старый?
В 1954 году построен. 1954.
О, вау.
Старый.
Очень старый, очень старый. Спасибо. Okay, here's Bruce Willis. He has no idea that he's being used to promote a movie theater in a Russian breakaway region. I don't think he has any idea of anything, actually, sorry. Messed up joke. All right, so those nice ladies gave me some Wi-Fi. Figure out the sights to see in Bender. Or maybe just a way to get out of here, because I'm starting to get a little paranoid. The people are nice, as you see, but in Russia, it wasn't the people that put me in jail. And of course, Transnistria has the same old Soviet buildings, the Soviet commie blocks. It just, I mean, I guess it's like very similar to Moldova, but it feels a little more organized here. I do have to admit, everything is very clean and proper walking around. This place is obviously a gold mine of Soviet history. There's a direct link between this place and the Soviet Union. It effectively never left. I mean, it did, but in spirit. That's another crazy thing down there. I'm kind of curious to see if this train station is like, still operational in any way. Where would the trains even go? If you look at a map, Transnistria is ridiculously thin. Long and thin. As I call my, no. Sorry, this is supposed to be a serious video. Here's another Soviet sculpture. But yeah, my point was, where's a train from here gonna go? You could travel just literally like 10 kilometers in that direction and you're at the border with Ukraine. And obviously, that border is now closed because this place wants to hold on to this. Ты знаешь, эта станица закрыта?
Да, закрыто вроде.
Okay. Поезд нету?
Yeah.
Okay, спасибо. There you go. An abandoned train station. Wild stuff. Now you can tell by the infrastructure that this was operational not too long ago, but with the Ukraine war, where are they going to ship goods to? That's the funny thing about this region. It's loyal to Russia, but Russia can barely do anything for this place. That's why they don't recognize it. If it's cut off from Ukraine, they can't basically transport anything here. They can't even transport troops. Russian military literally has to come in here on a tourist visa and sneak in. The Ukraine war has had a massive impact on this place. In fact, just at the beginning of this year, Ukraine cut off the transport of gas from Russia to Transnistria. There used to be a pipeline. The Ukrainians turned off the tap, and that's put massive economic pressure on this place. Russia is basically just sending money here out of charity now. And that's ironic, because when Transnistria declared its independence, they took with them a lot of the heavy industry, the factories that used to be in Moldova. They took all the productive land, at least for manufacturing. So they were economically stronger for a while, but that has changed. And is that a Lenin statue head? Just a little Lenin head statue hanging out in the back of this building. Are they about to throw it away or like what? Only in Transnistria. Only in Transnistria. The park still look nice though. A lot of stray dogs here in Transnistria. I dare say more stray dogs than I saw in Moldova, but maybe my memory's faulty.
Спасибо. Дай Бог здоровья.
Ситуация здесь трудная?
Тяжело, очень тяжело.
Окей.
Еще болею сильно. Учиться надо. Спасибо, дай Бог здоровья.
Okay.
Здоровья.
Bye-bye. Пока. See some weird stuff out here. 6-year-olds singing on the street. Old ladies asking for money in the park. All right, I've got to find a taxi to get out of here. I'm almost out of money. I hope they accept Moldovan lei that I can take out in Moldova. Otherwise, I don't think I can afford it. I get really worried every time I see somebody staring at me here, even though it's probably nothing, but I mean, it's kind of funny, you know, like Moldova has the reputation of being the poorest country in Europe. You come to Transnistria and you're forced to live that experience. You're forced to have no money. So this is kind of wild. I stopped into this hotel to find somebody that could call a taxi for me. And as that nice lady was helping me, I glanced over to my left and I noticed that the guy at the checkout counter was wearing a Russian military uniform. What the fuck? There's some kind of, I don't know what's going on with the hotels here, but they don't want people filming here. I think, like, I guess the Russian military stays here while they're here.
Куда надо ехать?
Chisinau.
Chisinau.
It's kind of weird since we're already on the other side of the Dniester River, the Moldovan side. I don't really know where the border is. I can look on Google Maps and there's a road. It just leads into farmland. I guess we'll see if I can cross that. Oh, just a few minutes later, we're coming up on it right now. Just handed over my passport. Без проблем?
Без проблем.
Окей. Спасибо. Твой паспорт, это русский или молдовский?
Приднестровский.
Приднестровский. Спасибо. Here we have a Transnistrian passport. Look at how Soviet it is. But there's no stamps at all. Спасибо.
Тут техпаспорт на авто.
Okay. Это... He's just showing me his whole life right now. This is his ID card.
То?
Так, это паспорт не можно...
Это паспорт автомобиль.
Не можно поехать в Румынии, Европе. Only Moldova.
Приднестровье and Moldova.
Okay, wow. Интересная ситуация. So, we just passed the kind of Moldovan checkpoint, but there's no passport check here. From their perspective, we were always in Moldova.
1 hour and we one place.
All right.
1 hour.
Отлично. Как думаешь, Приднестровье это Россия, это Молдова, это только Приднестровье?
Это я бы хотел,
Yeah.
I want, Приднестровье will be Moldova.
Вау. Окей. Я тоже думаю. Я тоже надеюсь.
Молдова, оно рядом, все. У нас люди с Приднестровья ездят на работу, to work, in Moldova. Because in Moldova
more money.
More money.
Больше деньги.
Да.
Yeah. Look at that, Moldova.
А Россия где-то далеко.
Да, правда, это правда. How times have changed. People want to go to Moldova to make money. Okay, спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
Yeah. Bye. All right. Slava Moldova. We're back in Chisinau, which is still very Soviet looking itself. Good morning again from Chisinau, and I stopped by like this little hostel right here. Everyone here is from Ukraine or Russia. Is this a pool? Can you go swimming here?
No, I think it was like something like fountain, but it's not working. And they turn it on sometimes, but
Okay.
it's getting more wet and cold.
Well, this place does cost like, what, $8 a night? So Sergey here, he's only 22 years old. He left Ukraine because there's a new law that allows young Ukrainian men to leave the country if they so choose. It's a difficult decision that a lot of people have to make. Why did you leave Ukraine?
For me, 22 years, yes. And I don't like...
You don't want to go to the war and kill people to kill.
That's fair.
I came here for making a citizenship here because my mom was born here.
Okay.
I'm Russian and I need some other passport because it's more comfortable for now.
It's like Nus Ruski, Nus Moldovi. And so you are Ukrainian, you are Russian, no problem? Bez problem? It's good. If only everyone could just meet in a hostel in Moldova.
I'm worried about what's going on for now with the Russians in Russia, about human rights in Russia, because like we start to lose our rights even before war. Of course, like I felt guilty for a long time. Like I have when war started, I was shocked for a long period of time and felt guilty for what's happened.
So literally almost everyone staying in that hostel is either Ukrainian or Russian, mostly Ukrainian. There were several Ukrainian guys in there that actually didn't want to talk on camera. Understandably, maybe not understandably, because some of them are literal draft dodgers. In every war, you have some of those, but... All right, good morning from Chisinau. And before we leave the country, what I thought we could do, since this used to be the capital of the Moldovan Socialist Republic. Trouble on the bus. I'm not sure how Soviet they still are in Moldova. Very weary of authority. Wait, did that guy make me pay twice? Or did I pay twice out of my own stupidity? That's possible too. In any case, it only costs 35 cents to ride the bus here in Moldova, so I think I'll live with it. Here in Moldova, you can also still find plenty of signs of the old Soviet Union, but unlike Transnistria, you have to keep a watchful eye out for them. You have to know what to look for. This, just by its grandiosity, you can tell it's built during the Soviet Union in the 1980s, I believe. And then right across the street over here, there's something even better. This very grand looking building, I think it's like 4 buildings in one. This used to be the head of the Moldovan SSR. When the Soviet Union was here, this was the headquarters of the region. Crazy design. Kind of looks like the headquarters of the Mormon Church or something, but that's wild. Nowadays, this place is called the Presidential Palace of Moldova. Things are so much more relaxed that I can walk right up to the front door, I think. Can't go inside, but you can walk up to the front door of the Presidential Palace of Moldova. Historically, the lands of modern-day Moldova had much more connection to Romania. That's why the people here speak Romanian, for the most part. The Russians had almost no connection to Moldova until 1812. That's when the Russian Empire came in, and at that point, this area was controlled by the Ottoman Empire, the Turks. It was the war, the Russian-Turkish War. The Russians won, they took it over, they called the region Bessarabia, and the rest is history. They started moving in, Russians, Ukrainians. They needed to cement their control over the region. And you'll notice, many of the same practices have happened throughout modern Russia's history.
It wasn't just the Soviet Union that was moving people around to different territories to make them more Russian. That started with the Russian Empire, with the Tsars. During the Soviet period, the Soviets emphasized a Moldovan identity over a Romanian one. They even changed the name of the language from Romanian to Moldovan, and they had to start writing it in Cyrillic instead of the Latin alphabet.
Спасибо. Это все. All right, so we are at the border with Romania now. We've reached the other river that marks the border of Moldova. We're in a town called Ogeni. And apparently there's a train that leaves once a day at this time that will take me to Romania. Gotta walk up these stairs to get to the station. You cannot take a taxi straight up to the station. Well, look at that train. This is the most confusing train station I've ever seen. Where the hell is the entrance? Where do I buy a ticket? Ooh, that is a cool looking classic train right there though. I hope that's my train. Okay, finally found the entrance. Buonasera. Un bilet la Yasi? Un bilet la Yashi?
Da, acuș.
Okay. Trying to bust out the Romanian here. Carta?
No.
No. Oh, cash?
Cash.
Oh, no. Okay. The Transnistrians cleaned out all my cash. Dollar? Есть банкомат?
No.
Online? Интернет? Могу купить?
Ну, уже поздно пить по интернету.
Так, недостаточно времени. Да?
Angela!
Angela! Well, this is a last-minute crisis here on the border. There's only one train per day. And I got no more Moldovan lei to pay this lady for the ticket. You would think this right here could solve all problems, but no. У меня нет молдовский лей.
Что у вас есть? Доллар или евро? Евро нету?
Евро нету. Румынский?
Сейчас я посмотрю, сколько тут минут.
Okay, so the kind train station old ladies are apparently going off to find someone that can exchange Moldovan lei for dollars. Fun fact, by the way, in a lot of the ATMs in Chisinau, you can actually take out dollars and euros, which is why I thought that might work here, but this is turning into a big deal. It's only like 20 minutes until the train leaves. I mean, it's pretty wild that they don't have an ATM at this station, but it was clearly built during the Soviet Union. Like, it's really nice looking, but not functional. I guess it's also my fault for not taking out more Moldovan money before. Could have done that. But, you know, I was worried I wouldn't be able to exchange it once I left this country. Patiently waiting for the kind babushka lady to come back. Somebody that could exchange my dollars. I never would have expected that the border drama was going to be here. I would have thought it would have been at the other river, with Transnistria.
Я вам поменяю, но это будет 1600, это много денег. Что вы будете делать?
Это...
Нет, давайте румынские, 60 румынских, я вам дам.
Румынские? Окей.
60 рублей.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do it with the Romanian money.
60 лей румынских.
60 лей. Спасибо большое. The humility. No praise needed. Окей, я готов.
Да?
Наконец.
Наконец, да?
Да.
Хорошо. Сейчас.
We're going to Romania. Apparently Joseph Tito was at this station in 1956. Who knew? Joseph Tito, был здесь?
No parle.
Молдовский.
Да, молдавский.
Президент. Сербия.
Сербия.
Югославия.
Acolo e el?
Да, окей, интересно.
Ты откуда?
Я Америка.
Америка.
Я.
Гости?
Гости.
Гости. А вы откуда?
Нью-Йорк.
Нью-Йорк.
Yeah.
Как тебе нравится наша Молдова?
Мне нравится.
Нравится?
Больше. Друзья?
No.
Почему?
Просто.
Okay, просто. Not trying to start any beef here. So I got my ticket now. And I was asking if there's any lockers, and she said I could just leave my stuff right with her. Okay.
21:05 он отправляется. Вы должны быть здесь где-то 21:20.
Okay. 21:20. Okay. Вокзал очень красивый.
Да?
Making progress. We'll get the train to Romania. I make that sound so epic. We've already been to Romania, technically, but I didn't show you on camera. Last time we went there on a boat, crossing the Danube, after going to Odessa in Ukraine. That was cool. Moldovan Soviet urinals. How do you pee in these? The answer is, you don't pee. Urinal pees on you in Soviet Russia. This is what we're working with. Now, if you're wondering, why didn't I just take a train directly from Chisinau? There's like one train a day going in this direction. Missed it. It was in the morning. But interestingly, the train that I'm about to get on is actually coming all the way from Kiev in Ukraine. And then it goes to Iași in Romania. That's pretty wild. So this is where we are. We are in the town of Ungeni, which is the 5th biggest town in Moldova. Really hitting you with the fun facts here. And we will cross the border into the Romanian city of Iași. Don't know if I'm saying that right. Iași. One of the biggest cities in Romania. Haven't been there. So first we have to go through Moldovan customs. Yeah, this is a real classic right here. Is this? Okay. Stuck me in the last cabin. Da. The border with Romania is the Prut River. There are two rivers that define Moldova, the Prut and the Dniester. Am I saying that correctly? The Dniester. Interestingly, it was actually Joseph Stalin that decided to add on a tiny little extra strip of land past the Dniester that coincidentally had a lot of Russians and Ukrainians, just to balance out the demographics a bit in the Moldovan SSR. And of course, that later became Transnistria, the fun place we went to yesterday. And away we go. Probably gonna be my last time in a Russian-speaking nation for a while. I always have a good time, though. America, yeah. America. Guess they don't meet many Americans around here. All right, just got stamped through right here on the train. Romanian customs just rolled through. And we are now in Romania. Legally in Romania. Okay. Spasibo. And that's it. We have left the Slavic world and entered the Latin world. And that's it. We have entered Romania for the second time. I'm pretty damn tired. Maybe I'll make a video of Romania this time. See you in the next one. I think. Did communists have to pay bills? I don't know how that worked exactly. You can see the tops of one of the old steel mills right there. It's no longer operational. Now it's a parking lot. Of course, after the end of the communist era, after Ceausescu was taken out and shot with his wife, Romania transitioned to a capitalist economy, and the population here basically halved. People moved out. All right, this is an appropriate place to put some graffiti. Finally, Romanians. I guess this place really is abandoned. Downtown Hunedoara. And then on the other side of the abandoned socialist steel production building is a giant advertisement for McDonald's. Oh man, that is perfect. It's perfect. Welcome to capitalism, Romania. Welcome. Enjoy the problems that it provides. Certainly, it is the better option compared to communism, but I want to show you one more thing that I think is cool, or at least interesting. This neighborhood was called Micro 7, and there was a Micro 6, there was a Micro 8. These were planned neighborhoods for the steel workers. And many of the people that came to work in those steel plants, it was their first time ever seeing electricity, running water, heating. This place was designed to be, as all the communist places were, a utopia, a communist utopia. Ironically, for a place where many people had their first introduction to electricity, there's no electricity. Back then, the way that life apparently worked was that people would go and do their shift at the factory, but the shifts were long. They would often be day and night. Once they were done, you know, there wasn't much to do except go drinking at the local bar. Romanians love to drink. Found that out last weekend. Oh, scuzi.
Ce faci cu GoPro? Unde te duci?
Huh?
Unde te duci cu GoPro?
GoPro?
Faci YouTube?
Eu fac YouTube.
Câți faci?
Eu fac.
Mă sprema câți abonați. Cum te cheamă?
Okay.
Zi pe litere.
I'm about to get my first Romanian subscribers. Let's go. Sabbatical.
Bă, are aproape 1 milion. Sabbatical. What content?
Travel. Viaje.
What?
How do you say travel in Romanian?
Dance?
No. It's just aventura.
Aventuri?
Aventuri. There we go. Aventuri, yes.
De unde l-ai cumpărat?
Că cumpărat-o America.
Din America?
Din America. In America.
Sunteți american?
Eu sunt americano.
Ați găsit vreodată animale periculoase?
Slowly.
Please, my YouTube.
Your YouTube. Unde YouTube? Which one? This you? 6 subscribers.
Okay, Kevin cu capa.
Okay, eu merg acum. Okay, so nice to meet you. Mulțumesc. Bye.
Bye bye. Yes, like cu placere. Bye. All right. Good. Growing my Romanian subscriber base. So there you go. This is what life would have been like back in the communist area. Minus YouTube, minus cell phones, minus all modern conveniences, but people just gathered in the courtyards. Bye-bye! Should probably get out of here now. Causing a stir in the neighborhood. They might get nostalgic for the old days and call the secret police on me. Let's get out of here. Let's get back in the car and drive another 2 hours. All right, welcome to Timișoara. And joy of joys, I finally got to stay in an old Romanian communist building. Look at this. Definitely nicer than the former Soviet buildings. But I think the Romanian government actually came in and touched all these buildings up after the revolution. And speaking of the revolution, Timișoara is where the revolution that led to Romania becoming a free country, it's where it started, right here. So I'm excited. Excited to explore the city and probably wrap up our journey through Romania. And look, we have some more glorious Romanian capitalist graffiti here. Good to see. Still not very high quality. Professor Tommy does not approve. Whew. And we are blessed with a day of beautiful weather, a surprise day of beautiful weather. It might be the last day of the year of beautiful weather here in Romania, end of October. What a day to explore the city of the revolution. That is literally the nickname of Timișoara. Romania had, you could argue, Romania had the craziest revolution in history. It's worth talking about, and we're gonna do that. Look at this thing. Shockingly, it was actually a Hungarian that began the Romanian Revolution. It was a Hungarian pastor that inspired a lot of people, and the evil dictatorship of Nicolae Ceausescu, they tried to arrest him, they tried to detain him, they tried to take him away. And on December 19th, 1989, the people in this very square, they rose up to defend him. They rose up in revolution. And that created the spark around the entire nation of Romania to end the communist dictatorship. It's crazy. Things kicked off here on December 19th, and by Christmas, December 25th, just 6 days later, Nicolae Ceausescu and his wife was also a leader, kind of a brutal person as well, they were lined up in the public square of Bucharest and put to death. And don't shed any tears for that man. Nicolae Ceausescu was brutal. He tried to emulate the Soviet Union, but he quashed all dissent. He put many people to death. He had a secret service spying on people. And by the 1980s, people were basically starving. There was no electricity. It was crazy. And from that point onward, Romania became the happy capitalist society that it is now. And in celebration of that, there's a McDonald's. McDonald's taking full advantage of Romania's historic square. Glory to America. Fattening up the Romanians. We also have the Langoshes right next to McDonald's. That might be a bit better, but Now, if I'm gonna try something Romanian on camera, I know you guys don't actually enjoy watching me eat anything, so let's make it count. Let's give a proper outro to this video. Romania, as a country of alcoholics, has quite the selection to choose from here. What should we go for? How should we celebrate being in the city of revolution? Excuse me.
Yes.
What is the worst drink in Romania?
That will have to be the Noroc. It's the biggest bottle we have and the worst type of beer we have.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I might go for that. You don't have a smaller bottle though?
No, only the 3-liter one. I don't recommend drinking it all.
What about this one?
The Ciucaș is better.
Ciucaș is better? This is probably gonna be terrible, but I'll try this.
Yeah, the Ciucaș is better. The worst you can have, it's either the Noroc or the Timișoreana.
I'll save that for when I'm homeless in Romania. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
You too. There we go. That was a strong recommendation for a traditional Romanian beverage. There's one other thing I wanted to try, actually. Okay, mulțumesc. Romanians have told me that they have the best candy in the world. It's called Rum because it literally has rum in it. A rum-flavored candy with actual rum in it. What a wonderful country. I don't know how ridiculous I look carrying this stupid bottle around. I must look like a homeless person. And I'm sure most homeless people have more class than I do. Yeah, mulțumesc. He's got the Yankee hat on. Let's go. That's pretty good. Not bad at all. You've impressed me once again, Romania. So, oh God. There we go. In honor of Romania, in honor of the Romanian Revolution, in honor of how beautiful this country is, in honor of how much this place has exceeded my expectations, I think Romania is one of my new favorite countries. Certainly one of my favorite countries I've visited on this trip so far. It's great. Certainly, Romania has some problems. But what country doesn't? What country doesn't have problems? What country doesn't have corruption? So this is for you, Romania. And I recommend all of you watching at home to come and visit this country yourself. You know, forget about France, forget about Italy. Come see something new. Come see Romania. Just don't go to Dracula's castle, because that thing was total tourist trap. Total tourist trap. As a newly anointed professor who is drinking the equivalent of a 40 ounce here on the streets of Timișoara, I encourage you.
What a trip. It turns out I did so much exploring in Romania that I can't even fit it all into this video. If you want to see some extra deleted scenes that are just as entertaining as the video itself, including my visit to a town named after an offensive slur for some reason, you can find them on Patreon. By supporting my travels with as little as $5 a month, you get access to an entire library of extra adventures. Adventures that didn't make it onto the main channel. And there's some full videos on there. So, thank you. Mulțumesc. And I'll see you in the next one.
Oh, here we go. So this would have been like a theater erected during the Roman era when the Romans were here. And in fact, you'll find at a lot of these archaeological sites, you'll find both Greek and Roman stuff mixed in. And the Roman stuff will be like just a little more preserved because it came later. And the Romans also had better building materials and methods. What's crazy is we all know about the fall of Constantinople and how that was the official end of the Roman Empire, the Eastern Roman Empire. But for most of ancient history and into the Middle Ages, all of Turkey's western coast was Greek and Roman. You could argue it was just Greek, because during the Byzantine Empire, the people living here identified as Greek. And then during the early 1920s, when the Europeans were fully ready to basically just destroy Turkey as a nation, just break it up into pieces, the Greeks wanted to come back and take these coastal areas. They wanted the city of Troy back. They wanted the ancient city of Troy, of course. They wanted to send some more Trojans in. They weren't done intimidating.
Toilet?
Yeah.
This way?
Oh, okay.
Okay, toilet.
Ataturk.
Yes, Ataturk.
Ataturk everywhere. Okay. Yeah, thank you. He's everywhere. The dear leader of Turkey. And so we have crossed the Dardanelles, and I literally just realized this. We are now in the mutually agreed upon definition of Asia. We are in Asia. We are no longer in Europe, even though historically this part of Turkey was kind of Greek, kind of European. We're in Asia. Asia. China, Japan, India, Indonesia, Bali. We're very far from those places, but we are technically on the same continent. And now's a good time to mention that I am in the middle of a journey. I'm in the middle of a journey from Europe through the Middle East down to the bottom of Africa, to South Africa, a place I've never been to. And we are right in the middle of it. We are about 1/3 through, and that's exciting. All right, after like another 4 hours of driving, we have reached Izmir. Another big city in Turkey. Might be the best city in Turkey. A lot of people are telling me that. It's like a little more low-key. Along the Aegean Sea, the Mediterranean Sea. We're gonna go out and explore it. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
You speak English?
Yes.
Yes. American.
Where are you from?
America.
Geçen de konuştuk.
Okay.
Texas.
He's from Texas? Who's from Texas?
Texas.
All right.
Texas.
Texas. You're from Texas?
Yeah.
You look like you're from Texas.
İzmir.
Okay. I like it. Bendim. It's nice. Nice neighborhood. Merry Christmas. Bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Okay. All right. Seems like a friendly town so far. Oh man, check out that view though. Look at this. We are in some city in Turkey that probably most of you have never heard of. And look at that view.
İki kıymalı. Meat.
Evet.
İki kıymalı paket.
Paket.
Tamam.
Yeah. This is apparently a well-known local pastry shop. Meat pastries. They got a lot of good food in Turkey. A lot of good food. Fresh pastry to start off the day. All right. There you go. You better not complain. Oh God, these cats are too spoiled out here. So it turns out I actually have a subscriber and friend of the channel who lives here in Izmir. And he got word that I was in town. He says he's gonna take me on a little tour of the city. So there we go. We're gonna have a Turkish local show us around. Let's do it. So at the bus station here in Izmir, and here's my friend over here. It's Yunus. Yes, and this is AJ. Yun and AJ. And they're just gonna take me on a little tour of Izmir. How do you say "let's fucking go" in Turkish?
Hadi gidelim amına koyayım.
Exactly, whatever you just said. I'm gonna have to practice that one. Where's the driver?
33.
1330. Okay, good English. They don't, no credit cards?
Şey mi? Bu sefer olacak.
Okay. They paid for all of us? How much did it cost? Of course they're not going to let me pay for that. All right. Welcome to, what is this area called? Katavekada. We are in Katavekada.
Kadifekale.
Katavekale.
Aynen.
Kale means castle.
Oh, there's a castle. All right, we're starting off with something nice. Izmir, historically, I believe was founded by the Greeks. And you can kind of tell by looking at the people, there's still some Greek heritage running around. Getting sprayed. Woo. So what's the story? Who built this?
So you know the Alexander the Great?
So this was built by Alexander the Great.
His generals built it after his death, actually.
Oh wow, so there you go. Alexander the Great's generals built this random castle here in the Turkish hood. And now young Turkish people come here and use it to do drugs. You can see Ataturk in the mountain. All right over there.
Next to the bridge.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, that's crazy. Literally, there's Ataturk's face in a mountain.
They carved it into the mountain.
They carved it?
Yeah, yeah.
When did they do that? Yesterday? No? Rojvash.
Rojvaş. Bak. Çanta var. Böyle.
Ah, okay. That looks like it would be nice for a girl.
Eşyamı fakat koyuyor.
This is for a telephone? Oh, in your house?
Yeah, in your
I thought you would like wear it on your shirt or something. No, okay. Benim evim yok.
Yok.
Yok, yeah.
Tamam oldu.
Sorry. What's the manliest bag that you have?
Erkek için ne?
Erkek.
Erkek için bu.
Okay.
Evet. Kullanıyor.
Okay, how do I wear this? Is this Kurdish?
Yeah, now you look
Kurdish style.
99% Kurdish.
Excellent. Okay, okay. All right, well, so maybe I buy this. Ne kadar?
Bunlarda 300.
300. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Teşekkürler.
Bir şey değil.
So this lady is actually Kurdish. She's from the eastern part of Turkey, which is majority Kurdish. That's actually where we're going to be heading towards after this. So it's kind of interesting to get well equipped for the region in advance. Bye bye, gule gule. Yeah, we're walking into the favelas of Izmir.
It's mostly like Kurdish, Arabic. Before it was like mostly Jewish, Armenian.
There we go. We got the farm here. Kind of makes sense in Kurdish culture, which is probably similar to other Islamic cultures. You got to have a goat ready to slaughter for a momentous occasion. Oh, he's even got like a little McDonald's set up right there. You find the American influence in the least expected places. What do you think is something that foreigners misunderstand about Turkey?
Can you walk out like this
Right.
in your city because of my piercings and tattoos?
Where are the deserts?
In Konya.
That's the thing. Turkey is multiple worlds in one.
Sometimes I'm taking people and they're always like, Yunus, you are not showing us anything cultural, like you are not like Turkish, we are just like some foreigner.
Right.
And they think the only Turkish meal is kebab, but we
Right.
have much more than
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna be honest with you. That's what I thought before coming here also.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had other food. Now, this is amazing. I love this. This is like the Turkish favelas, are probably way less dangerous than the favelas in Brazil. A very unusual phenomenon I've noticed in my travels is that some of the best views you can find in a city are in like the worst areas, because due to housing prices, lax residential laws, you know, people come in, migrants come in, they build out on the hills surrounding the city, and you end up with a situation like this. Where does this lead? Do it. No. Guess there used to be a house here. Are the people here, are they legally allowed to live here? Or
no? They are not. And now the governor they are demolishing the houses. Okay. They are making new houses, but for the rich.
Story that repeats itself all around the world. So as he said, this whole neighborhood is kind of slated for demolition. You can see even the mosque here is getting knocked down. Looks good.
O yenmez, o yenmeye bitmiş. O mandalya gel.
Okay.
Ben de diyecektim hala karpuz mu var diye.
Onlar zamanı geçti.
Está muerto.
Şimdi bunlar da
Está muerto. Ah.
It's not the season for...
Dead watermelons. Okay, that's why they're back. Oh, that's why there's flies going on.
It's time for mandalina.
Okay, wow.
Sağ ol abi.
Sen daha.
Thank you. Teşekkürler. Teşekkürler.
Hi.
Hi. Merhaba. It's Mandarin time.
Mandarin.
Summer.
It's always Mandarin time for me. I don't want to litter, or is that? Just throw it anywhere?
Yeah.
I mean, give it to the chickens. There you go. I mean, you see how nice this country could be. This guy just gave us these oranges. Just because I came over to ask about his dead watermelons. Look at that. So there's actually like an old Roman theater right here. Byzantine theater. It's not like advertised in any tourist brochure. So not something you would have expected before coming here, but one of the greatest places in the world to see old Greek ruins is in the mortal enemy of Greece, in Turkey. Hi, who is this guy?
Ahmet Kaya.
Evet. Ahmet Kaya.
Ahmet Kader?
Evet.
Ahmet Kader kim?
Ahmet Kaya müzisyen.
Oh, musician, şarkı,
Evet.
şarkı.
Yes.
Oh, nice to meet you. Memnun oldum. Tommy.
Ben de Nihat.
Ben de Nihat.
Nihat. My
Nihat.
name is Nihat.
Nihat.
Evet.
Okay.
Merhaba abla.
Memnun oldum.
Memnun oldum.
Memnun oldum.
Şey için çay kahve. Coffee, tea.
Selamun aleyküm.
Selam.
Yeah.
Mardin güzel.
Mardin. Oh, yes. Mardin gidiyorum.
Git.
Yes. Yeah.
Orada film çekiyorlar. Uzak şehir.
Yeah. What'd she say?
Make a TV series there.
Oh, really? Okay.
Kanalda.
Oh, TV. Oh, TV. Okay. Johnny. Johnny. Başım.
Oo.
Biraz Kürtçe.
Biliyorum.
He says Mardin is good.
Oh yeah. Mardin güzel.
Mardin good.
Yeah. Nice. All right, we'll sit down.
Mardin gerçekten.
Italiano.
Americano.
Americano.
Yes.
Oh.
American good? Good. We just got the whole neighborhood just poking out of their windows to talk to us.
Good.
He says you have nice this.
Oh, yes. Teşekkürler. Teşekkürler.
Ne zaman taşındınız diye soruyor bunu.
Biz 2003'te. 2003.
2003. You moved here in 2003.
Nihat 18 günlüktü.
That's his son.
Çek burayı.
Oh, this is son. Okay.
Burayı çek biraz reklamını
Family.
yapsın.
Wow.
Olmuyor mu?
Teşekkürler. Sugar? Yes, sakın.
Olmuyor.
Lütfen.
He says, can you like record this place so it can
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Yap.
Everyone needs to come here to the Teatro Cafe. Let's try your tea here.
It's a shame actually.
He's coming down for a closer look. He's like, I've been watching you from the window. Welcome. Hoş geldin.
Bu da belediye başkanı.
father? Uncle? The mayor. Oh shit. Oh, we got the mayor here. The mayor of the neighborhood. What's up, guys? Where are you from?
Senegal.
Senegal. Ça va? Ça fait longtemps ici? All right. There you go. You even got some African migrants living here in the neighborhood. Got a lot going on here.
Bak bu dünyada Azerbaycan.
Okay.
Müslüman olsan, hırsızlık yapsan, insanların
O da doğru.
affedersin.
In the name of the Father, the Son.
Bak böyle böyle.
There we go.
Böyle böyle. Değil mi?
I'm a priest.
Böyle böyle böyle böyle mi oluyor? Nasıl oluyor?
Yeah, it's as easy as that. Yeah. Christianity. Congratulations. You are Christian.
Fatma abla
You are
ayıp
Christian.
ediyorsun ya.
Yes.
Ben onun için
Welcome to
dedim,
Jesus.
yani onun gönlü rahat olsun, içi temiz olsun ha.
The important thing is to be a good human.
That's the only thing that matters. Yeah. Religion doesn't matter. It's about just being a
Ben
good person.
Trump'ı seviyorum. Yemin ederim Trump'tan
I just heard Trump.
ondan bundan olmasa
He likes Trump.
şerefime namusuma Kürt diye bir şey kalmamıştı.
There you go.
Değil mi abla? Biz insan öldürmekten ondan bundan yana değiliz ama.
See? The leftists in America are watching this, and they look at all these friendly brown people, and then the right-wing people are like, look, he likes Trump. There's something for everybody here. They're now playing some Kurdish songs by that famous Kurdish musician on the wall there. What's the name of the musician?
Ahmet Kaya.
Ahmet Kaya. Apparently he was banned from Turkey for a while. Like, I don't know, supporting Kurdish independence. Hi, you look like Atatürk.
Atatürk'e benziyor ya.
Atatürk. Ne kadar?
Bro, benden olsun.
Okay. Teşekkürler. You see this, like, people just won't let you pay for things here in Turkey. It's crazy.
And he's talking about the Christian culture.
I got you. Name of the Father, the Son. Actually, I'll smoke with him too. Yeah. I'll take it. Thank you.
Şimdi de diyor burada okuyacak diyor bir abi.
Social smoker.
Açıklama kısmına İzmir'in en tehlikeli mahallelerini gezdim yazarsın.
Aynen. Hadi bakalım.
You can write to explaining like the most dangerous city, part of Izmir.
Is this really a dangerous area?
Bir tehlike yok.
He says no.
Yeah. Not dangerous. Not dangerous. The dangerous man right here. The dangerous Christian. There you go.
Amerika. Trump good. Mazlum Kobane good.
All right. Memnun oldum. Memnun oldum. Memnun oldum. Memnun oldum. Memnun oldum. Okay. Memnun oldum. Memnun oldum.
Eyvallah bir sağ ol.
He is obviously supporting PKK.
Yedim. Orada
This guy and Mazlum Kobane is the leader of the PKK. That's why he likes, because America supports them.
Oh, I see. He's not talking about Mamdani. He's talking about somebody that the leader of Turkey might not like. Let's continue our tour of the beautiful city of Izmir.
Now you are real Turkish.
Started this day hoping to learn more about Turkey. I think we're learning more about Kurdistan. Oh, my thing's falling off. I'll be becoming less Kurdish as soon as we walk over. As soon as we walk away, it falls off. How old do you think this house is right here? Looks pretty old.
Maybe 200 years.
200? Wow. 200-year-old houses here in the hood.
Çek. Post.
Yes. Ben değil. Yeah. There you go. As I was saying, look at this. Just 200-year-old houses here in the hood. And originally there would have been Armenians, Greeks, and other European groups that lived here. And kind of the same story as New York, I guess. You need help?
Koluma gir istersen.
Gotta walk the Turkish babasya down the street.
Arıyor mu?
Fıtığı var, bir de kemik kalçama batıyormuş.
The other day, the guy who ran the place just cut the
Stab somebody?
A home owner, like
No.
dueño.
Our new Turkish grandma. She just said the neighborhood was safe before the Syrians came. Ekmeğin. Teyze. Okay. Bye. Going to leave our Turkish grandma here. She has decided to depart us. All right, so we're now slowly working our way down to the sea, the Aegean Sea, the Mediterranean Sea. Izmir surrounds it. And this is a very immigrant-heavy neighborhood. Turkey is also a destination for refugees, for migrants. They come from Arabic nations. They come from, as you saw, Africa.
Use here as a step, like first they migrate here, and from here they aim to go to Europe or Canada.
Oh, there you go. A stepping stone, probably to get to Germany or France or something like that. Siesta time in Turkey. Siesta for you also. So Yoon just pointed out something very interesting to me. All along this street, you see stores selling life jackets. Why would life jackets be so popular here in Izmir? Well, after just walking through this neighborhood, you saw that there's a lot of migrants moving here. They're selling those life jackets so that people could take them and use them to go on rafts to Greece. There's Greek islands not far from here.
Like before in 2012, 2013, more people, they were going to Greece. Now it's very difficult.
Okay.
But still people try, but they are dying when they're trying. And this is a hub for them. Like they come from Africa, they stay here for a while.
Right.
And then they buy backpacks, fake life jackets.
So a lot of these life jackets that they're selling are of such poor quality that they don't even work. It's almost like a death trap. Where are you from?
I'm from Africa.
Which country?
Chad.
Chad?
Yeah, do you know Chad?
Bien sûr. What's up, man?
What's up, bro?
I've been to 13 African countries.
Really? Nice to meet you.
What's your name?
Hassan.
Hassan.
Yeah.
Okay. You like Turkey? All right. Well, you know.
All right, guys, have a nice one.
Yeah, you see you later. See you later. Well, no. Very direct. Very direct. Well, hopefully our local Turkish residents are not offended by that, but that was a very good representation of what you just said. Stepping stone.
Yes.
Stepping stone. Got the local Izmir swap meet right here.
They are selling the photos of henna night.
Oh, a henna night. Okay.
They do it before they get married. Only with girls are having a party.
Okay. So it's like they just dumped somebody's entire house right here and put it on sale. Of course. Still have Big Daddy, Mr. Ataturk. Wherever you go, you find the father of all Turks. The second-hand market of Izmir. Look at all the shoes you could buy. Hello, merhaba.
Yes, they are.
So there's a guy actually selling prescription-ready glasses. So if you don't have the money to get the glasses, you can just come here, buy it right off the street. So he has like every kind of vision.
Just try all of them. Which one?
You just try them on one by one until you find one that works for you.
Kimin? Senin mi?
It's also
Arabi abla.
Ah, I can finally see. Ah, figured it out. Oh man, never knew what it's like.
Believe in miracles.
A miracle has happened.
And this is Turkish jail-style art. They do it in the prison.
That's why.
Yeah.
It's made in a Turkish jail. You got to put that down. It's giving me PTSD.
Why you didn't do this in Russian? You had time.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Never seen this before. This is a pack of cigarettes right here, just in a plastic bag. Just have all the different brands. I don't know if this is slander or not, but like I don't know if like things here have been like stolen and then resold in this neighborhood. There's a lot of stuff that looks like that here.
recycling. Turkish recycling.
There you go. Yes, Turkish recycling. All right, Yoon says there's a pretty good view at the top of this car park. Ooh, it's loud. So up here we have a slightly different view of Izmir. Here you get a view of the favelas of Izmir. The Turkish favelas, the friendly Turkish favelas. Oh yeah, and down here you can see the old Roman and Greek ruins of Izmir. Look at this, they're everywhere in Turkey. You just walk over them by accident. Here's a controversial question. Do you think Turkey is European or?
Yeah, I think it's mixed.
Says the girl who's part Greek.
Definitely we got the culture. But
We have both parts. That's what makes Turkey beautiful, I think. You can feel the east side, like all Middle East, and also Europe. That's why there are lots of diversity in food, music, culture.
Yeah, I don't think we will be in the European Union, though. I think it's impossible, and maybe we shouldn't.
Right. I think that's one of the beautiful things about your country. It's like a mixture of the two cultures. But yeah, Izmir. It's kind of a European feeling city.
And
so this little mark on the ear means they were sterilized, and the government does it.
Like she has no balls, or she has no balls.
The balls are gone.
Yeah.
The ovaries are gone.
So they leave that mark, so they don't take them again to operate.
Ah, okay.
They will know.
That's good. There's no country that takes better care of cats than Turkey.
A piece of ear.
Free labor. In about 5 years, that will be an actual robot making the coffee. This poor lady is carrying everything on her back. We're out of the hood now. I think this is more of like a normal market area, but still, a wide variety of things we see here. So this is all real gold in the stores? Okay. Jewelry Street. So this is the major market of Izmir. You can just find anything here, apparently. Except for life vest. You gotta go back to the hood for that one. Wait, at what age do boys get circumcised here?
7, 8.
3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10.
Oh. And they dress up in this?
Yeah.
Imagine being Turkish and having your circumcision ceremony. They even put the knife like right there. It's güzel.
Teşekkür.
But painful. I don't like to imagine it. Shockingly, up until now, during this Turkey trip, I have not had a doner kebab. So, going for the real deal now. Here we go. And we got some ayran. And what is ayran?
Ayran is yogurt.
It's a yogurt drink.
Yeah, yogurt with water. Just.
But salty yogurt, not like...
Salty yogurt. Not like that bitch stuff we drink in America. None of that. There you go. Turkish gypsies. All right. Now the money. Now the money. All right. There you go. Actually, apparently this city has the largest gypsy population in all of Turkey. So, not to get you guys in trouble or anything, but do you think Turkey is going in a good direction? Is it a good place to live? Sensitive topic.
Everybody wants to leave, you know. Every young people wants to leave. They want to go to another country. I think we're born in the wrong time.
Born in the Sultanate.
Yeah.
The new Sultanate of Turkey.
There are even like people, medical doctors here. They just want to move to Europe as a waitress.
The waiters, okay.
And live there. They prefer it.
That's crazy.
Lots of people, they want to be a doctor and then go to Germany. And maybe from Germany, USA. If they got the opportunity, they will not wait.
I see.
Actually, I don't want to leave. Because it's so boring, Europe.
Yeah, right? So it's kind of a shame, yeah, because you have all this good food in Turkey, you have lots of friendly people who just keep giving you stuff, but it's just, the direction of the country, it's tricky. By the way, I have no opinion on that. Please don't ban me from Turkey. Got to treat these guys to a meal. Got to pay back the Turkish hospitality somehow. How much? Ne kadar?
1960.
Okay. There we go. All right, so it's been a nice little tour of Izmir, an unconventional tour here with Yoon, AJ, Yunus. That sounds cool. Anyway, yeah, appreciate the tour, guys. Appreciate you taking me around the best city in Turkey. More people need to come here. Stop going to Istanbul. Stop going to whatever else people go to in Turkey. Come to Izmir. Enjoy the gentle vibes. Enjoy this clock tower thing. Enjoy the Turkish policewomen. Look at them driving away in their big whatever thing over there.
Cool as fuck.
It's a cool city. Cool ass city. Big Daddy. Big Daddy Ataturk. I better understand why you see the portrait of Ataturk everywhere now. I understand why they put so many posters of him everywhere, as if he is the dear leader, Kim Jong-un. It's because he is the antithesis of everything that Turkey is slowly becoming. And again, I'm not trying to piss anybody off here, but Ataturk, he said Turkey was supposed to be secular. It was supposed to be a country for everyone. It was a country for you to have any lifestyle you wanted, basically. A country where they weren't going to use the Arabic script anymore because it didn't fit their language. A country where you can drink, where you can smoke, you can do whatever you want. Ataturk himself was literally an alcoholic. That's probably why he died. Imagine that, the leader of a major Muslim nation dying from alcoholism, but that's what Turkey is. Anyway, here we are in like the fancy part of Izmir. Got my camera charged up again. Look, here you go. Here you have somebody advertising what I think is plastic surgery. Turkey, the country of hair transplants. Probably nose jobs also. Here in the fancy part of town, they even have Christmas decorations. That's crazy. And everybody looks a lot more European. Turkey, not what you expect, in so many more ways than one. Turkey has to be one of the biggest surprises I've ever encountered in a country, honestly. Turkey is not what I imagined. And it's probably not what you imagined either. I'm enjoying it so far. It is definitely one of the more unexpected places we visited, but we're just getting started. I gotta be honest. We haven't even left the coast. We might technically be in Asia now, but there's so much more to Turkey. It's a massive country. It's bigger than Texas, which is bigger than most European countries, to give you a sense of scale there. As I continue my journey from Europe, through the Middle East, down to Africa, we will move eastward. We'll move to the furthest eastern parts of Turkey, where I've heard it's a very different country. And then we will move on to the true Middle East. The Middle East. The Middle East where they've had some wars. We've got a lot of exciting times ahead. As always, we're doing big things on this channel. Keeping it fun, keeping it interesting. Izmir, come to Izmir. Izmir Tourism Board, pay me, contact me. I'll promote this city. You have no tourism here. What the hell? Just don't know how to promote yourself. All right, guys. As they say here in Turkey, gule gule, keep smiling. And I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Say goodbye to the water. Bye-bye, water. We won't be saying that again for a while.
He opened the back window to try to pepper spray him through the window or something like that? What is this fucking Mexican standoff of bear spray or some shit?
Wait, 1 year ago? Why'd you even link me this?
Now! You already tried to hit me once! You move this vehicle again, I will fire!
Logan immediately shot 4 times into the windshield of the truck, fatally wounding Freddie.
I told you to stop it! You don't angle the vehicle at me!
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fucking brain dead. Even though the guy did something wrong initially, true. Is there a reasonable time for this guy to get out and move? Is there enough time for the guy? Absolutely. This guy was still in line aside of the fucking car, right? Talking, doing whatever, right? Staying in front of it. We could have moved to the side. That's he opened the back window to try to pepper spray.
Did you watch the press briefing? No. I just got it 30 minutes ago. What happened?
Let me be. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me be clear. President Trump and his entire administration stand fully behind the heroic men and women of ICE and will always uphold law and order in the United States of America. The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Thank you. Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allow the American
A camera?
taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here.
It's working.
If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 15 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for the cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America.
Never, ever. The whole point of the DOJ and the AG is that they're supposed to be ordered around directly by the president themselves. This administration would never have a special counsel. That's hilarious.
I actually agree, and that's what this position does.
Oh. Okay, with the double mind fuck, okay.
It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two
But we can still control them directly, okay.
crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of
bro, are you fucking serious? Never mind, sorry.
Me and the President of the United States, defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently, and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation.
An Associate Attorney General would be somebody that serves under the Department of Justice. How do you have an Associate AG that works out of the White House? How the fuck does that even work?
Here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline, I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement, this was an attack on law and order, this was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
Then don't have him work the fucking job. Why if the guy has some trauma related to dealing with suspects, why the fuck would you continue to put him out on the street? Put the motherfucker at a desk job. Why would he keep working the job? What a stupid excuse.
What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that...
Do we have any proof of that? Did they post proof of her being part of any radical organization, or...?
People in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, it's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
A related question here. I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents. If you're talking about ICE agents right now being concerned about what, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, Should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
But first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying people's law. And that means...
You know what it kind of feels like when they do this thing? You know that like North Korea is an actual democracy, right? You can tell because it's called, what is it, the Democratic Republic of North Korea, or the People's Democratic Republic of Korea, or whatever? Is it like, it's in the name, right? It must be, right? If you keep saying America's people, well, then I guess it must be the will of the people. It must be okay, right?
Means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice. We're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested...
Are you even allowed? Isn't the DOJ authorized, that department authorized by Congress? Are you allowed to just add new subdivisions in the DOJ? Is that legal?
That this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody...
You just about the violence the radical Democrat raised against peaceful officer. Listen, let me just say this, okay? If you are thinking about going out and fucking protesting and you want to get violent, you want to riot or any bullshit like this, okay? Make sure you put on a Trump 2028 hat first, okay?
Somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this?
When they say that, who paid for the brick? How did she get there? Just because I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, but like because we never talk about this on the left really, because it's so obviously fucking retarded. But on the right, they legitimately believe that all of the big protests over BLM, all of those were paid for. That people paid to bring in activists, paid to bring in violent people, and that when you saw people throwing bricks and all that, people paid in advance to set those bricks up so that Antifa could use them to destroy and murder the country. They believe this. So when he's saying things like this, the implication is always that these are paid operatives and protesters, professional Antifa, BLM assassin protesters. That's what he's alluding to.
Of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous. It's preposterous.
Oh yeah, and to be more clear, J.D. Vance knows this isn't true. Unfortunately, this guy is somewhat intelligent. Trump might think it's true because Trump's fucking retarded. But like people like him and Miller, they know it's not true.
And part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement.
Remember when disgusting, subhuman, pipsqueak fucks like Ben Shapiro were talking to Ezra Klein, who I don't know if it was the Jew thing where he just decided to go as easy as possible. Remember, Ben Shapiro said, I can't believe that Barack Obama offered his legal opinion about the Henry Louis Gates thing before a whole investigation had been conducted, where the cop had arrested the professor in his own fucking home. And I don't even think there were charges filed. I think he got released anyway. Remember, Ben Shapiro said he was so mad that Obama gave an opinion about an ongoing court case. Like, I don't even, was that professor even formally charged with anything? I don't think he was, right? But this stuff, this here, as long as it's not about Israel, is A-okay for Ben Shapiro, for Ben Shapiro.
The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this, but the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who is trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a...
Which is just, when he says what you see is what you get, what he means is the conclusion is foregone. They already know. Like...
woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer, pressed on the accelerator.
Really?
Nobody debates that.
Really?
I believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy.
What's the party shows you something on TV and then asks you to not even to believe your very eyes or whatever?
of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe, against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies, you don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Just to follow up on that question, again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's law.
Yeah, and actually, this isn't even the first time this happened, right? Like, didn't they give a similar thing, but we didn't have as much footage initially or something, where it was just a total fucking lie? In the beginning of the year, where they were like, our car was boxed in and we had to shoot or something. None of this was true, right? It was just a total fucking lie. In Chicago. I don't remember if we have video footage of that or not, but it was literally, bro, we're not even, oh no, we are. Are we? No, January 20th is when we're 1 year in, right?
Laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. We
didn't even get through 7 full days of the new year before all hell broke loose. Bro, what are you talking? We've had it's 4 or 5 incidents this year. 1 weekend. We invaded and stole the leader from Venezuela. We had this shooting that happened now. Maybe 2. Oh, there was the cargo ship hijackings. Did we just get a second or third one yesterday? Jesus, 1 week. Venezuela, that's old news though, bro. That's like 2 news cycles in the past now. We had our new January 6th website launch. We redid the vaccine. Hold on. Somebody in my subreddit posted a thing that can't possibly be true. Fuck. I don't know how to find it. Reddit search is so bad. I've always asked, where the fuck does this 72 number come from? I have no idea where it is. And somebody posted on the subreddit, it turns out if you literally just add together every number on the recommended CDC schedule graphic, it adds up to 72. So like, hepatitis B, you get dose 1, and then you get dose 2, and then you get dose 3. Sometimes there's a series given for a single vaccine, right? So it's like 1 + 2 + 3 = 6. There's no way though, right? 1 + 2 + 3 = 6. 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 + 5 = 15. And then if you add all these up, you get to 72. There's no way. There has to be another source for the 72 number, right? Dose count, not unique vaccinations. No. No. Hold on. If you're getting dose 1, and then dose 2, and then dose 3, it's 1 + 1 + 1. That's 3 shots. Not 6. That's 3. Okay, here is the source. Okay, hold on. $72. $114. Immunization schedules. No. Hold on. Wait. No. Maybe there are more in here. Is this the same chart? 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. 3. And then this is 2 more. 5, 9. What is that? Let's just assume we're getting the max, all the shots, okay? So it would be 2, 5, 8, 12, 16, 20, 23. Assume we get COVID-19, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20, 29, 30. Is this the new one? 27, 25. Oh, I don't know if this is the new one or not. No, because there's happy in here, right? 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. If we count the flu shots, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. Hold on. It can't possibly be. Wait, this can't possibly be. Maybe they're counting if you get like the flu shot every single year too, and COVID shot every single year too. The line is Denmark, which immunizes children against 10 diseases with a total of 30 doses by using multivalent vaccines. Denmark's schedule only requires 11 vaccine injections / shots, specialty needles. I thought we didn't like multivalent vaccines. I thought we said we hated those. When they combine them, they're bad for some mysterious reason. But do we like those now? Oh, wait, holy shit. By contrast, in 2024, the U.S. recommended routine vaccination of 70 diseases with 84 to 88 vaccine doses, depending on vaccine product and date of birth. Depending on the number of multivalent vaccines used, this required between 57 and 71 vaccine injections, of which the 2 or 3 for rotavirus are oral. For infants also receiving the RSV monoclonal antibody injection, the total number of injections could be 72 to provide protection against 18 diseases. How is that even possible? Wouldn't that be 4 to 5 injections per vaccine? Every single vaccine is a 4 to 5 injection series? Where does this... Somebody link me something. Where does the 72 number come from? It can't be that they just fucked the math up, or that they just did retard math. Okay, the total number of injections could be 72 to provide protection against 18 diseases. That's not the answer. There are some Twitter notes under this post. The total number is 72 vaccine doses by age, 18 if combination shots like the MMR and DTaP vaccines are counted as 3 each. The total amount received by age 2 would be 28 injections. Additionally, the number cited on the left is 11 injections or 11 vaccines, not injections. What? By age 18. Oh, we're padding a little bit. This number includes the annual influenza vaccine and the COVID vaccine. So this is two additional ones per year. That's adding 36 to the 72 number. If a child gets every recommended vaccine by the age of 18, assuming you get 1 influenza shot and 1 COVID vaccine per year, some of these are combination or oral vaccines, so the number of actual shots is much less. Oh, and this is counting them separately. So this is adding 36. This is adding 36. So we can immediately cut the number in half if we ignore influenza and COVID things, which fucking no conservatives getting anyway. Because like I said 6 years ago, they would become all anti-vax, and they are. Good. And then of the 36 vaccine doses, it's counting your multi-vaccine things or whatever. It's counting them separately. This is fucking retarded. Okay. Whatever. Natural selection at work, okay?
Trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why should it then...
I'm sorry. If you're thinking of harm caused, there are 2 things to count. 1, number of appointments. Every appointment is 2 hours of work to user when counting time spent traveling, waiting, planning. And 2, the number of needles. Every needle has some risk of accidentally hitting blood pipe. 2 hours? Listen, I'm the #1 hospital hater in chat. I hate going to the hospital. I hate scheduling shit. Okay, fuck all of that. But to get things like flu shots, or for a lot of shots, you go to like your Walgreens or CVS or whatever, and you're in and out in like 15 minutes. I'm the #1 hospital hater. I'm the #1 hospital hater. It takes me longer to pick up my Vyvanse sometimes than it does. Although maybe I was just lucky when I go and get vaccines. I don't know.
Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation.
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy's protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official is doing
I'm not paying attention, and I'm not hearing the words that he's saying. I'm just not hearing. I'm hearing things that are not being said. It just can't. Hold on, just let me. I just didn't hear what he said.
For that, why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access to his office has essentially cut off the state investigation agency? Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigation agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation.
Every person in the media, if you are in the media, okay, you need to hire one black worker at your place, and you need to get from that black worker an N-word pass for every single media press event you do. When you ask these degenerate subhuman fucks a question and they don't answer the question like he's doing right now, all of you just need to start screaming the N-word so that it is censored and filtered so that nobody can fucking hear the answer until he decides to answer the actual fucking question, okay? I do not know why nobody has to answer questions anymore in this fucking country. Scream the N-word so that it's all censored and bleeped until they answer the actual fucking question. It's so cringe and stupid that they're allowed to just say random shit after every fucking question they get.
The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy's protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable.
A bunch of radicals?
Because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is
I'm sorry, what the fuck are you talking about? You think crimes, you think state crimes, which by the way, the vast majority of prosecutions are over, don't apply to federal officers? What?
Is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous.
There is no absolute immunity? Okay, hold on. People in chat are saying there is no absolute immunity. There's no absolute immunity. There is no immunity, period. There is no immunity insofar as criminal matters are concerned. You're going to see a lot of retarded fucking YouTube lawyers, okay, which translates to people that couldn't hack it in their practice, so they came to YouTube where they can flash their qualifications to a bunch of retards and impress them, okay, who have no fucking concept of what they're talking about. Qualified immunity has nothing to do with crime. Qualified immunity is you can't sue a fucking police officer for doing his job. You can still be charged with crimes if you fuck up hard enough. Remember Derek Chauvin? If you fuck up hard enough as a cop, you can always be charged with a crime. The reason why generally you don't charge cops with crimes is because most crimes, the mens rea, it's written into the statute or it's right next to the common law, is you have to have the criminal state of mind, meaning you're doing an unlawful thing when you're performing an act. That's why a cop that arrests somebody is not charged with kidnapping, or a cop that shoots somebody is not usually charged with murder. It's because these are defined generally in state statutes as unlawful killings or unlawful detentions, right? Police officers have the legal authority to do this. But if you fuck up hard enough, and it seems like you're doing some bad shit, you have no immunity, you have no protection, you have no immunity there. You're just not breaking the law. This absolute immunity is not a further, it's not taking qualified immunity and making it more. It's a totally different concept because he's talking about crimes. Qualified immunity only applies to civil stuff.
Are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation.
Who is popping bubble wrap?
You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is
that funding some of this stuff? Who's funding her? Post the evidence. Post some evidence of this. Anybody. Who is this lady? Is this the Antifa trans super soldier? What is the evidence for any of this? What stops Trump pardoning anyone? The pardon power is granted to the top executive in a particular jurisdiction. So the president of the United States is the top dog for the federal jurisdiction, so he can pardon people of federal crimes. But the only people that can pardon people of state crimes are the governors. So Donald Trump can't pardon, the president of the United States can't pardon somebody for a state crime.
because she tried to ram somebody with her car, and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now,
which is, in my opinion, why they're taking this so much from the Minnesota officials. I don't know if you guys saw that today. There's an article I went earlier, and one of the press people mentioned it, is that the feds have basically iced out all of the Minnesota investigators from the investigation. One is because we can't trust anything the FBI says, okay? Because who the fuck knows? Because they come out and they make statements. How can you ever trust any of these people when they're making definitive statements about people before they've even been investigated, okay? So now the FBI has, we can't trust anything they say. And then two, there's no justice, because why would we expect, subhuman ghouls like this to do anything, knowing that the president can always pardon them, knowing that they're all under the command and control of the president of the United States anyway? I can't believe he said we have a special counsel, and by special counsel I mean a new associate attorney general that works out of the White House. Can somebody explain? Your associate AGs are people that exist beneath the deputy attorney general. I'm not a robot, I promise. So you have your AG, your attorney general, you got your deputy attorney general, and then your associate attorney general's in here. How do you have this person working out of the White House? What the fuck does that mean? Can somebody explain the structure of that? You call them assistant AGs? Oh, did he say assistant instead of associate? I thought I heard associate. Well, even assistant AG, attorney general. How do they? What does it mean have an attorney general role in the White House? What are the odds the ICE agent gets off scot-free? I mean, my guess is that he would. I don't think they're going to charge him. They think about it. How much of your reputation have they already? How much of their reputation have they already staked out on this guy? And now these are the same people who are going to be charging him?
Maybe other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing.
Who's funding it? You fat fuck.
That earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. What is? I'm sorry, guys. What's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that this...
Thank you. Thank you. Get a British guy in here. Thank you. Can we get some real fucking journalists in here? Okay? Get a goddamn Brit in here. Thank you. Can we get some foreign people in here to ask some goddamn questions?
Victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart.
Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Whoa. What? Record scratch. What did she? Wait, what?
Let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws. You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
Tried to run him over with her car. Oh.
I said next question.
She tried to run him over, but now...
Still know what is in a person's heart.
Well, I don't know, actually. Who knows what she was trying to do?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she...
One of the ways that we evaluate, this works in criminal cases, and this works in your own personal life, is how somebody responds to a situation. See what was in their mind when the situation was happening, right? There's a way, even with dogs. Fuck. Where's one of the videos where they come in and they find out? There's like, the person has like 2 or 3 dogs, and they're asking like, which dog messed up?
Who did this?
Oh, man.
Who did this?
Sorry. I can't load Chrome! I can't load Chrome!
Cody,
why is it keep freezing? Whatever. My new computer's here. I'm gonna build tonight, and I'll be able to... I have a really good processor. I'll be able to load more than 3 Chrome tabs. What were all the other officers doing? What did the one officer do after he shot? Nobody ran to the person to go and arrest them. None of the other officers were freaking out. I think that the guy in front was literally the only one who pulled his gun. After he shot her, he just kind of like chilled. And then he walked over and saw her and then walked away. Like, doesn't seem like any of the officers thought there was a life-threatening situation going on here.
Ran into the guy.
Bro, Chrome sucks. Use Edge. It's fast as fuck. Is Edge even a different browser? I feel like there's like 99 browsers on the market. You have Firefox, and then you've got 98 different Chromium browsers. Isn't that basically what it is? Is Opera, does that use its own like under the hood thing or whatever? Isn't everything just built off of fucking Chromium now? Is it, except for Firefox?
I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know...
Oh, maybe Brave? Is that on its own? I'm not sure.
She violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she...
Oh, Brave is Chromium too. Never mind, yeah.
Doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. A legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea...
I don't know what the federal policing powers are. Maybe they can. I'm curious if ICE can arrest an ordinary U.S. citizen. ICE can in fact arrest somebody for violations of federal law, not just immigration law. So for example, if you saw an ICE officer while they're doing immigration duties, they can arrest you the same way that they arrest migrants. For any offense against the United States. Okay, so ICE can make general arrests. I'm just curious.
That this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America?
We are Renee Nicole Good.
People on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be...
Fuck you, you fucking cunt.
...part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media.
What are you talking about?
Never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who is defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community.
Like from now, ICE training manuals, they should just put out commercials where they fucking hire like Usain Bolt and they get like the sickest fucking Nike Vectors or whatever to put on cop shoes, and like the only thing law enforcement does from now on is they just have to run like to the front and back of people's cars. Like that's it. It's just an officer showing up and trying to find somebody running as quick as they can, and then popping up in front of somebody's car and start shooting them, and that's like their new law enforcement method. Kill as many American citizens as possible.
Community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement.
Did you see what Jesse Waters said about Renee Nicole Good on Fox? I think I watched it off stream. Yeah.
Officers, they are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing.
At Destiny, is saying the chick tried to obstruct an ICE raid was a fuck around and find out moment, like you saying the fireman dying at the Trump rally was a fuck around and find out moment. Let me be very clear, because I know that people whose brains are rotted can't disentangle any positions ever, okay? If, first of all, okay, this lady that got shot, she should have complied. She should have stopped, and she should have tried to drive off, okay? Number one, I have no problem saying that, okay? Number two, just like George Floyd should have complied with cops. Number two, that doesn't warrant an execution, okay? You can't just shoot and kill, or you can't sit on a dude's neck for 10 minutes until he dies, all right? Insofar as the Trump rally went, whatever I said about the firefighter guy, I never in my life said the shooter should walk. You see the difference? One is you're talking about the action of the person who got shot and what they may or may not have done to contribute to that getting shot, but then there's accountability on the side of the shooter. I never said, well, I think the guy that tried to shoot Trump, I think that guy should walk because killing MAGA is based. Whereas these people are saying killing U.S. citizens is based and the guy should walk.
The law, they should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect, and the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. One final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What do
you know about this person? Do you know anything yet?
Mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law.
Throw her car in front of ICE officers? Like, that wasn't even what happened. Like, and we haven't seen the footage beforehand. Like, I'll be honest enough to say they had her flagged for some reason. Like I said, it looks like she was arguing with the cop that ultimately ended up murdering her in her car. But, like, she wasn't blocking them. She wanted them to go through. They wanted to stop and arrest her. Now, maybe they had a legitimate reason to arrest her. I'm willing to say that. I don't know. I don't know what came before that video. And like I said, the one guy that ended up murdering her was behind the car with the camera. It looked like he was recording, I guess, an argument or something. But she wasn't there to block them. Or at least it doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe earlier in the video or earlier some kind of blocking was happening. I don't have any footage of that. I don't have any reporting of that. I don't have any evidence of that.
You've got to.
Aren't you afraid of losing your platform? Okay, I hold on. I don't understand you people. Why do some people type lose with 2 O's? Are you afraid of losing your platform? In what world? There are some typos that I get. Lose. Why do some people type OO for losing? Sorry. Aren't you afraid of losing your platform as the temperature in politics seems to keep increasing? I'm already demonetized, right? Listen, I'm gonna go play video games forever. I have a video game now, and it's called Arc Raiders. I'll go play Arc Raiders. I don't give a fuck. I can retire all my money, finish out my court case, and play video games all day.
Be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing, not just to protest, that's fine.
Do we even know she was at a protest?
Not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get
like, you motherfucker, we could see the direction the car goes after she's dead, right? You can see the car. It doesn't veer to the left. It doesn't veer into the officer.
To that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish.
Radical? Was she? Woman killed by ICE agent in Minneapolis was a mother of 3, poet, and new to the city. The woman shot and killed by a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer in Minneapolis on Wednesday was Renee Nicole Macklin Good, red flag, 4 names. A 37-year-old mother of 3 who had recently moved to Minnesota. She was a U.S. citizen born in Colorado. And what a sad fucking thing that we even have to fucking say this. How crazy disgusting. If I was an immigrant, I would be so mad. Why the fuck are we identifying some victim? I understand why we have to do it, but I'm just saying how fucked this country is that we have to even put shit like this. This is a U.S. citizen. The ones we care about, guys. I'm surprised they didn't put white. Did they anywhere? She was a white U.S. citizen born in Colorado to 2 white parents. And appears to have never been charged with anything involving law enforcement beyond a traffic ticket. Well, what kind of traffic ticket? Social media accounts, Macklin Good described herself as a poet and writer and wife and mom. She said she was currently experiencing Minneapolis. Yeah, she got the, sorry, that's, I mean, I guess it's the Minneapolis experience. It's not even though, so this is the Fed experience. Displaying a pride flag emoji on her Instagram account. A profile picture posted to Pinterest shows her smiling, holding a young child against her cheek, along with posts about tattoos, hairstyles, and home decorating. Antifa coded. Her ex-husband, who has not to be named out of concern for the safety of their children, said Macklin Good had just dropped off her 6-year-old son at school Wednesday and was driving home with her current partner when they encountered a group of ICE agents on a snowy street in Minneapolis. Her husband turned her gay. Isn't she a lesbian now? Wow, maybe she's bi. Where they had moved last year from Kansas City, Missouri. Video taken by bystanders posted to... Also, imagine how cucked you have to be if you're Kansas. Did Kansas City start in Kansas and now the only Kansas City that exists really is Kansas City, Missouri? I feel like that's pretty cucked. Your shit kind of got jacked there hardcore, you know? Video taken by bystanders posted to social media shows an officer approaching a car, demanding she open the door and grabbing the handle when she begins to pull forward. A different ICE officer standing in front of the vehicle pulls his weapon and immediately fires at least 2 shots in the vehicle at close range. It was 3 altogether, right? In another video taking the shooting, a distraught woman is seen sitting near the vehicle, wailing, "That's my wife. I don't know what to do." Calls and messages to Macklin Good's current partner received no response. Trump admin officials painted Macklin Good as a domestic terrorist who had attempted to ram federal agents with her car. Her ex-husband said she was no activist and that he had never known her to participate in any protest of any kind or any protest of any kind. Described as a devoted Christian who took part in youth mission trips to Northern Ireland when she was younger. She loved to sing, participating. Jesus, what is this woman's life? She also hosted a podcast with her second husband who died in 2023. What's going on over there? Destiny, morally, these ICE pieces of shit are absolutely to blame, but I hope Dems like AOC don't take the bait and try to claim it was a murder or a black and white situation. Instead, they should focus on the insane rhetoric of demonizing people getting shot by federal agents or people protesting peacefully being called radicals or lunatics. If this was like an incident that happened in a vacuum, I think that this is how I view this. We are in like the gray zone approaching the gray zone, right? So let's assume you have I can't draw white. Pretend that red is white, okay? If this was like a black and white situation, okay? We'll say the black is bad, the white is good, okay? Let's say that this middle part here is the gray. This is our gray area. I feel like we're like here, where it's like, it's close to being gray, but like, the officer put himself in front of that car for seemingly no reason. The only thing that moves this over here is if we can find out why they wanted her arrested. And it was for something related to the commission of some kind of felony or whatever. Then my opinion starts to shift a little bit. So like if she had been suspected to be in the possession of a weapon or had committed some kind of felony beforehand, and she had lots of notice, they were trying to arrest her or whatever, then it starts to shift a little bit. But, and listen, I'm a cop slapper bootlicker, okay? I think a lot of people are real fucking retarded around cops, and I don't have as much sympathy for people that, even if the cop is acting stupidly, they disobey orders and start getting shot and do retarded shit. I don't have a lot of sympathy for people like this. But like in this situation, it's like, I don't see a compelling reason for the officer to throw himself in front of this car and then to Stretch Armstrong his way into shooting her 3 times. I just don't see much of the, for a chubby 37-year-old white woman, I'm not seeing it. Now, if it was like a scary black man or something, maybe I'm a little more, and he can smell weed, all right? Maybe it's a little more understandable, but. Wait, did I click the wrong tweet? What? Woke up too early, damn, nothing to dunk. Far left libtards defending terrorists. This is the daily routine now. The main problem is people defend everyone like their life depends on it. They want no one to go to jail, but want to kill every intellectual opponent, our intellectual ICE agents. Here's the daily debunk. Draw a gun at police, get shot. Drive at police, get shot. Any other argument is propagated by domestic terrorists. Is he not going to, when he types in chat, does that mean he won't talk about it on stream, or? He's been avoiding it all day. Okay. So text XQC here is JD Vance, right? And stream XQC is Donald Trump. If this was a good, clean shooting, Donald Trump would be out here talking and getting all the credit for it and bragging about it. But even the White House knows a little bit fucked. So they wheel out Twitch chat XQC or JD Vance to kind of like deal with it.
That she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there's one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is...
Aren't there like 3 videos? Aren't there like 3 angles? Or is it like 2 or 3? Well, he's acting like we've got 360-degree Xbox coverage of the entire event.
It's very clear.
There are many angles? I feel like I've seen like 3 of them.
That her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And
really? Do we have injuries of that?
And then...
do we have like videos or pictures of the injuries here? Or?
That's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis, from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't...
Did we see what Noam says about... Yes, she should be impeached. Is it impeached or recalled, or what do you call it when if the Senate were to axe a cabinet member? Can they do that? Is it impeached? Until she has to until she answers that, I mean, like, this is just... Oh, no, wait, this is a different thing. Was it yesterday or the day before? Is this Taylor Lorenz? Yesterday or the day before, her statement about that the officers were trying to get their truck out of a snowbank, and the lady came and was boxing. They're like, I don't even know what the fuck fan fiction she was talking about.
The officer went to the hospital. He was hit by the vehicle. Went to the hospital and received treatment, was released and is spending time with his family now.
The reporter asked if the officer was suspended. She said the officer went to the hospital and received treatment. Okay? Let me break that down for you. All right? My guess is going to be, without even checking, I bet I'm right on this, is every single time there's like a shooting or anything that happens, you probably always have to go to the hospital to get cleared. It's probably standard operating procedures, my guess. And the fact that she says he received treatment and went home means there were no injuries. Because if he was injured in any way, or if he received treatment that was relevant to any injuries, she would be talking about him. So the officer was totally fucking unharmed. Totally unharmed. Probably not even a fucking bruise, because I could at least call that trauma.
Can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not like Lex Luthor, right?
What is the difference between insurrectionist MAGA Trump supporters and Democrats trying to justify violence against federal agents like law enforcement? The difference is, unfortunately, before we could speak principally that we should never be violent in any ways, I should perform whatever, now we have to start asking about questions of fact, though, okay? As an American citizen, as somebody who is descended from people who founded this country on rebellion, it's a little bit silly to say that we have an absolute stance against all forms of political violence. It just doesn't make sense. It's the founding of our country, number one. And then number two, this has been the bread and butter of conservative rhetoric for the past 3 decades, okay? I can't tell you how many fucking times Glenn Beck cummed on the radio when he got to utter that quote of the tree of liberty, you know, every generation needs to be refreshed with the blood of patriots or whatever, you know, shit like this. The Second Amendment exists so we can protect ourselves from an over-encroaching federal government. We have every American citizen. What was the quote from some king or whatever? I don't even know if there's a real quote, but it's like, if you were to invade America, you would find a rifle behind every blade of grass. You know, like these things over and over and over and over and over again. MAGA insurrectionists are insurrecting based on lies that they've been told by their leaders. They're not insurrecting against a real thing. Like I've said, was that a Japanese general? I said this before, that like for January 6th, like if the underlying fact of the matter is true, then January 6th would be justified. You really truly thought that the Congress was involved in this massive collusive scheme to steal the election from the American people by rigging mail-in ballots and votes across all 50 states, or at least the 6 or 7 swing target states or whatever. Then yeah, I mean, I get it. I get insurrecting the government there. It makes sense. But own it. It's an insurrection. They did own it before they lost. Then they were like, oh, it was a piece of murder. But you can't, yeah, the difference is one of fact. The reality is that right now the administration is wielding federal officers, probably illegally, given I think some of the court decisions have pushed like the National Guard deployment back out of states. Not federal officers illegally, the National Guard I guess is used illegally. But they're weaponizing the federal law enforcement against individuals and states, which it should really never happen. I understand that as Democrats, it's a little bit of a foreign position that you guys might feel uncomfortable about, but Republicans have talked about this shit. This is your states' rights thing right here. This is your states' rights, states' rights, states' rights, states' rights. This is it, right? You can't have federal law enforcement coming into the states to assassinate U.S. citizens for some whatever the fuck immigration shit they're trying to enforce. Like, you should be working collaboratively, really, with your governors for it. If you're an effective leader, that's what you would do. I don't care about XQC. If he wants to talk, we'll talk. Please stop spamming. It's retarded shit. I'm not going to watch this guy stumble through fucking authoritarian slop.
This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take kids.
The lowest IQ fraud. Nice dog whistle there.
Or sorry, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Leering Center.
Like, all of this is bullshit. You know this, right? Like, it was like, I can't tell if people even know. Like, like if me or Dan or Miss Smith, we misspeak, it's not because we think the word is actually the thing we say. It's a misspeak, right? The sign was a typo. When we looked on Google Maps, the sign they had on the front of on the front of the other side, it said Quality Learning Center. It's not like it was misspelled and they don't know how to spell learning. Like, all of this goes into this stupid propaganda point of just retarded shit. It's so dumb. And also, I don't think we have any evidence of fraud in the daycare centers yet. I'm not aware of that. I'm still not aware of that happening.
Our early childhood education center, the Quality Leering Center. By the way, if you can't...
Non-native speakers misspelling, I'm shocked. No. I don't even think it was like... I'm sorry. Let me be even further. When I say it was a misspelling, it's not even that it was a misspelling. Like, they thought it was like, oh, maybe it's luring or whatever. Like, the graphic designer, whoever made the sign, probably just fucked up. Is the most likely explanation there. Rather than the guy who's like, I think it is luring, L-E-R. They probably just fucked up the graphic design, is my guess.
Spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education.
Like, this is retarded. You guys don't even believe in school. How the fuck would you talk about anything? You guys want to rape your kids in your fucking retarded homeschools. Like, why would you even have an opinion on this?
But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment.
Schools or daycares now? What do we...
Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
How the fuck do you typo a sign?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on. So I think it's.
Why can't we answer any question ever? Why do we not have the ability to speak ordinary language anymore? What do you think permanent means, you fucking retard?
Attorney General and a special counsel. And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on. So I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there.
It wasn't found unconstitutional. Your fucking crackhead Supreme Court justice just authored some, he added on to a totally different court case his opinion for why he thought that it was kind of bullshit. But that wasn't the question before the court at all. And that wasn't a ruling on the constitution of the special counsel. No part of the Jack Smith special counsel appointment had been found to be unconstitutional. That's just a fucking lie. I need to stop calling him retarded or stupid. He's not stupid. He's fucking evil.
Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional. One of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person. Completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit, there was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow.
Is a special counsel ordinarily appointed? I didn't go back and read through all of the special counsel rules. Are they ordinarily appointed by the president? Isn't the whole point of a special counsel is to have some independence from, or at least perceived independence from the executive, from the DOJ, from the AG? Or I feel like the president appointing him directly would kind of seem to run contrary to that, no? Actually, I know that it's not appointed by the president because Mueller was appointed after Trump obstructed his investigation and fired Comey. There's no way that Trump appointed Mueller, so.
Us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down, and that's going to give them the resources, the access to material, and
like Doge had.
Information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice.
Like these people, we're destroying our government. You can't run everything out of the fucking White House. We have independent agencies for a reason. At the very least, the perception of their independence is important. The fact that you're trying to in-house every single part is such a crazy usage of the, nobody, even the people defending the unitary executive theory in the past wouldn't have dreamed that it would be this fucking blatant. Even Barr said that the shit that Trump tried to do in term 1 was ridiculous.
To really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear.
Ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. What resources or tools, where are my government educated, actually, if you're a White House press briefing person, you are probably quite intelligent. Okay, so I know they know this. There's a variety of reasons why they probably can't even ask this question right now. But what resources does the United States Department of Justice lack right now that you need to appoint a new type of assistant attorney general, or whatever, for the White House? Why doesn't what resources is the Department of Justice lacking to investigate this fraud? And why aren't those resources made available? Why would you need to make a new internal DOJ that's part of the White House? It doesn't make any sense. XA's willing to debating on this? You can always message me on Discord. I got it.
The Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their.
What is it? Is this where are my legal people? Is assistant attorney general, has that ever existed in the entirety of the history of the United States? What does that mean? What is assistant attorney general? Has this ever been a thing before?
Violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
Not this. United States Assistant Attorney General. Many divisions and offices of the DOJ are headed by an Assistant Attorney General. This is what I looked at before, though. These are like Associate AGs, right? This is what I was talking about before. But it sounds like, is Assistant and Associate interchangeable? Like Associate AG, this is what I was pointing to before. Where I'm like, we already have Associate AGs, but they're not part of the White House. This is saying Antitrust, Civil Division. Yeah, that's this. Whatever. Civil Rights Division, Civil Division, Antitrust. I would imagine that they're interchangeable. So they're trying to internalize, by the way, also, it is part of written official DOJ policy. I can tell you exactly why they're doing this. Part of the DOJ policy is that only the Attorney General or Deputy AG with the authorization of the Attorney General can talk to the President of the United States. You are not supposed to. If you're an Associate AG, you're not supposed to talk to the President of the U.S. You don't do that. You always go through your Deputy AG and then through your Attorney General to communicate with the President. This is one of the reasons why that weird Clark guy who was working in the office of environmental and natural resources division, why Rosen and Donahue were so kind of skeeved before the January 6th stuff. We're like, why the fuck are you talking to the President of the United States directly? You're not supposed to do that. It's a violation of DOJ policy. The reason why they want to in-house an Associate AG is so that they can bypass any conversation with the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General. But I don't even know why they would do that because Pam Bondi is clearly like a fucking Trump simp. She'll do whatever the fuck he wants. So I don't even know why the fuck they would need to have in their pocket Associate AG, somebody working in the White House. Also, I don't know if you can do that. What is the legal authority? Are they just going to create a thing in the White House and just call it that, and they're going to pretend like they did with Doge? Like, I don't know what.
Yeah. It's not clear today that the entire weight of the federal government behind these
Really smart, yes, this is to sidestep communication norms. Yeah, I just don't even know why you need to do that. Because Pam Bondi's already a fucking Trump dick suck. So why? I don't know why you need to do it.
Yeah.
Wait. If you look at the wiki page, you can see assistant is not the same as associate. Assistant AGs report either to the Deputy Attorney General in the case of criminal and justice management and Office of Legal Counsel, or to the Associate Attorney General in the case of antitrust, civil. Oh wait, associate might be the third position actually. There's like but it's not. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's here anyway. Oh, I understand now. Oh, I get it. Oh, okay. You have your Attorney General, you have your Deputy Attorney General, and then you have the Associate Attorney General that reports up here. And then these guys are all, that head these departments are Assistant Attorney Generals. They all report to the Associate AG. That's what's, I think, going on here. So, okay, so some of them report to the, so some of the Assistant AGs here report to the Deputy Attorney General, and some of the Assistant AGs here report to the Associate Attorney General. Gotcha. I still don't know why they would have to in-house. Also, what are they creating? What do we need a new division of? That we can't already investigate. That's not part of the Department of Justice. It's retarded. I believe these positions need the confirmation of the Senate, and they might not want to do that. Does the Senate have to confirm assistant AGs? The President of the United States appoints individuals to the position of Assistant Attorney General with the advice and consent of the Senate. Oh, yeah. Oh, maybe it's to avoid that? Because they were ass paying that they're, what was the prosecutor who got kicked off? I want to call her Holiday. It's not Holiday. Adley? Hasley? Lindsay. That one? Maybe they were mad that they couldn't get her confirmed or whatever? I don't know.
We learned clear today that the entire weight of federal government behind these ICE agents
They have talked about how they're going to do Senate confirmation for this. Okay, I just don't know what the legal structure would be of any of this, but...
and this ICE agent in particular, there is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who's in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean, when you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started.
Shameless.
We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to...
What do you think the best argument would be for this new position while also opposing special counsels like Jack Smith? Oh, I thought you were asking. I read that one negatively. I don't. I don't know. All of their arguments are pretextual. Like they have their bullshit in mind, and they'll just find whatever bullshit to justify. I don't even know what the fuck they would say. I don't even know if they would have to try.
To the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday? ICE operation on Wednesday. Is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation?
Oh, also, by the way, quick thing, okay? Whenever you see black people or women or people who are pro-DEI, you're like, I don't know, the DEI thing is pretty cringe or whatever. Apparently, this fucking guy was actually in an incident before. This cop was. Fuck, where did the story go that I had? Where he got dragged by a car or something. If this was an airplane pilot and they were black or they were a woman, every single conservative in the country would be rising up and talking about the evils of affirmative action and DEI. They would say he was an unqualified black pilot, unqualified woman pilot who should have never been in that seat. They'd already fucked up before, and the only reason they were there was because of DEI and because of affirmative action. Same officer who was dragged and injured by a fleeing driver in a separate incident last year, according to a person with knowledge of the case and verified by court documents. Little public information is available at Ross, described only by federal officials as an experienced officer. On June 17th, Ross was participating in an arrest of Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala, a Mexican citizen. His last name is Guatemala. How could he be Mexican? In Bloomington last year. Munoz Guatemala had previously been convicted of 4th degree criminal sexual conduct and had been put on a detainer by immigration officials. 4th degree? What does 4th degree mean? You stole a kiss? Damn, how many degrees are there? Just kidding. It's probably bad, sorry. Munoz Guatemala ignored the agent's commands, including to fully roll down his car windows, so Ross broke open his rear window and reached inside to unlock the door. Guatemala put the vehicle in drive and accelerated onto the curb. The charger said Ross was dragged alongside the vehicle and twice fired his taser as Munoz Guatemala weaved back and forth in an apparent attempt to shake him from the car. Jesus Christ. About 300 feet down the road, Munoz Guatemala re-entered the street and the force knocked the officer from the car. The agent required 20 stitches for a deep cut in his right arm and another 13 in his left hand, according to court documents. Put this guy on leave. Or rather, get him a desk job. Damn. I saw a promo of you on a political reality TV show on the Bulwark yesterday. Tim Miller was lamenting that he wasn't invited to join. Well, if he wants to be involved in some drama, so he can be on reality TV too.
On Wednesday. The ICE operation on Wednesday.
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement.
Isn't 4th degree the lesser degree? Yeah, that's why I said stole a kiss. I don't know how many degrees for different crimes, whatever there can be, but... Oh, actually, I wonder if degrees are there because you don't have classes. Like, I feel like for misdemeanors in different states, it'll be like class A, class B, all the way to like class C, Z or whatever. Maybe for felonies, it's like 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree, right? I don't know.
ICE arrest.
Yeah, Destiny's not looking good. Wait, what? What do you mean it's not looking good?
In the Twin Cities is leading to even more charges. ICE arrest in the Twin Cities is leading to even more charges.
This home security video shows a driver taking off during a traffic stop, dragging a deportation officer with him. New at 10, WCCO's Uba Ali walks us through this video and the political firestorm behind it.
What began as a planned federal immigration arrest took a violent turn in this quiet Bloomington neighborhood. And it was all caught on camera. According to a federal complaint, agents were executing a warrant for 39-year-old Roberto Carlos Munoz. They say Munoz entered the country unlawfully, and he also pled guilty to fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct back in 2023 for abusing a minor.
Jesus.
Tuesday morning, agents pulled him over. Court documents say he repeatedly refused to comply. Tuesday morning, agents picked back in 2023 for abusing a minor. Tuesday morning, agents country for 39 camera. According to a federal complaint, agents were executing a warrant for 39-year-old Roberto Carlos Munoz.
Who is?
They say Munoz entered the country unlawfully, and he also pled guilty to fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct back in 2023.
Why the fuck is he still in this country? Here's another thing, okay? And listen, this is the thing I don't understand about American criminal justice. And the conservatives always like to make this about immigration and illegals and blah, blah, blah, or whatever. And it's true. In this case, I don't know why the fuck this guy's still here. I will say, though, I don't know how the fuck some people get so many fucking chances on some things. Like, I feel like when it comes to people killing people, like in DUI incidents, like every time it's like this person was involved in an accident where they manslaughtered a person. They had previously been charged with 6 DUIs. And I'm like, does this person even know how to drive sober anymore? Like, what the fuck?
For abusing a minor. Tuesday morning, agents pulled him over. Court documents say he repeatedly refused to comply before a federal agent took out his spring-loaded window punch with his right hand.
Spring-loaded window punch? What, do we have Fortnite weapons?
And broke the driver's side rear window. These images show the officer's hand in the vehicle. In this video, you can see the driver take off with the agent hanging from the car, dragging him 300 feet through front yards. These graphic images show the aftermath. A bloody agent who needed 33 stitches for his significant cuts. And
you know what would be the ultimate fucking... it's not good. But imagine if this guy was like, ICE has a reputation for being racist and evil, and I'm going to be the good cop, and I'm going to join ICE, and I'm going to right the wrongs, and I'm going to do everything I can. And he is like the most cucked, lib-cucked, like SJW, like isn't racist. And all the other cops were like, bro, get your gun out. Like, this guy's crazy. He's like, I'm not going to shoot fucking Pedro Gonzalez. I'm not doing it. Just because he's a Mexican Guatemalan doesn't mean he's evil or whatever. And then this shit happens. But then he gets to the white woman, and he's like, not on my watch. Not on my watch, bitch. Just kidding. Video game.
X, instead of comparing.
Jesus.
Target of the operation on Wednesday, of the ICE operation on Wednesday.
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going.
Stop. No more Mike Lee tweets in my chat. This Mike Lee only exists to make you rage bait. What state is this? Indiana? What state is this fucking loser from? Hold on. I don't even know what this guy does in government. I don't know if he's part of any committees or what. The only thing, oh, Utah. I only know him because he's the biggest Twitter rage baiter in the universe. This is the guy who made the Nightmare on Wall Street. I think he's one of the people that tweeted at me and the FBI to get arrest me or whatever. This guy is just a rage baiter. That's all he does. And he tweets the most retarded shit ever. Oh my God.
Going door to door to try to find.
Yeah, and he's not even Asian. Imagine this fucker was like teaching your Taekwondo class or whatever. And you're like, oh, this guy's name is Mike Lee. Wow. He had Asian parents that gave him the real white name so that he'd be like fucking more American integrated. And you show up and it's this guy, Mr. Lee, like Bruce Lee. Really?
On administrative leave, and what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday, of the ICE operation on Wednesday?
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America because if
What? That's our ingenious deportation policy? Is you're going door to door? Like Mormons?
On Wednesday. Of the ICE operation on Wednesday.
Well, first of all, it was a legitimate law
You're sheltering illegal immigrants of the state, are you not?
enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the
Jehovah's Witnesses, my bad.
United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle. One time, the first time, it led to over 30 stitches and very serious injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually...
Well, he wasn't really hit the first time, right? You're just kind of fucking lying again. Now, whether or not he was justified in putting his arm through the window or whatever else, fine. But he wasn't really hit, right? That was a fucking lie.
Done a very, very important job for the United States of America. He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media.
Wow.
Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in the future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering, could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about...
So supposedly, Tulsi Gabbard has been iced out for like 2 or 3 months of everything related to Venezuela, which I don't know the chain of how the DNI intersects with like Army and Navy intelligence. That might all run through a different section of the civilian government. I would imagine, though, like the CIA must have been a part of, we watched that video, the CIA and the NSA and even the FBI must have been a part of some of the intelligence gathering process apparatus for the Venezuelan stuff. I have no, wait, aren't some of these ICs, are they from like the Navy, Army? Hold on, let me check. Maybe not. Shit is complicated. Office of Naval Intelligence, Coast Guard Intelligence, Military Intelligence Corps, and Marine Intelligence. Yeah, I don't know how she could have been cut out of all of this, but there might be another civilian. There's a Defense Intelligence Agency for that. Yeah, there might be something in the DoD about this as well.
military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. Another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet.
Wait, DIA was the list you just looked at, so it looks like it's still under the DNI. Wait, DIA is what you just looked at. United States Intelligence Community. Office of the Director of... Wait, what do you mean? Oh, the Defense Intelligence Agency. Oh, is under the DNI. Right here, I see.
Cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do. Well, every single, or I should say every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable. And as the president has directed us to do, to ensure that the new Venezuelan government actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very...
So who is their leadership right now? Is it just the vice president, the VP that was there before?
Involved, and I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. In the purple.
Yes.
Even
Mr.
beyond the war powers
Sorry,
resolution.
we'll go purple and then we'll go
Thank
pink or whatever that is in front.
Royal purple. And then beige. All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's
Can I not full screen my Chrome? Hello?
going on in Minneapolis?
I wouldn't say that she was paid. I don't have the evidence to say that one way or the other. What I do know is that she was violating the law. And if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the enforcement of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation.
Wait, are there people saying that? I'm not aware of that. We watched the one guy yesterday. I don't remember what he said. Did anybody say that she... I thought the story was that she was like a legal observer. Like she's just there to watch cops to make sure they don't do fuck shit or whatever. Which is not illegal.
That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look...
Oh my God. It was more just, because they thought it was illegal.
At the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act.
There was one chick yesterday saying she was one of the leaders of the protests. Can you link that? I haven't seen that.
Is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, what's up?
Hey, I saw you were covering the Minnesota shooting. Just wanted to chat about it real quick. As far as like the officer taking the shot and kind of like what standard we need to be looking at here, there's a lot of talk about like self-defense, and so I've been looking a little bit into the Minnesota statutes and like previous cases involving officers, and it's not really. And I think it's a lot of people are kind of giving him a lot of. People are like assuming that he's going to get off really easily, including myself for a while there. But after looking into it, it seems like there's actually some precedent that this guy could be charged with murder in Minnesota.
Well, firstly, it seems like the feds are going to usurp this 100%, and there's no world where the DOJ is charging him with any of the state crimes and having those being held in federal court. So I think we would have to look at the federal laws at play in regular. Although I don't even know if that matters, because if they're not going to charge him with anything to state crimes, I don't think they're going to charge him with anything federal crimes either. But yeah, go ahead. You can walk us through, I guess, what you think the state crimes would be.
The Minnesota, I'm not sure if they have a DA or what they call theirs. Whatever their head of criminal prosecution in Minnesota is called. I mean, they could bring charges, right? If they get this officer's name and information, they could bring charges against him.
I don't actually know if that's true. I don't know what happens. What does it look like when you have a conflict between the feds and the state on the same crime? Because I think ordinarily, historically, they're all three, your local, your state, and your feds are usually. So there was a guy in chat yesterday who wrote this as well. There was a name that he had for this process. I don't remember what it was, but like all three typically work together, and then like the original jurisdiction will get like a first crack at it if they want to charge it, and then if they don't, then one of the other two might choose. But I don't know what it looks like, especially when the feds are in conflict with you because of how like supremacy of charging and everything works. I don't know what that looks like.
Well, when it comes to supremacy, there's supremacy of laws, right? So federal law will preempt state law, but the federal courts are not superior to state courts in the way that a lot of people think they are. Like I know a lot of people think that you just kind of work your way up through state and then you work your way up through federal. That's not really true.
Not true at all, actually. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So if the state brought charges and they said we want to do this in state court, then they would have every right to do that. And then let's say they made those charges and the Fed said, well, we don't want to charge them.
Wait, I want to ask you, I have two questions about this. So one is of kind of practicality and the other is of legality. Let's say that they're looking at two charges for two relatively similar things. Now, double jeopardy wouldn't apply if there's no indictment or anything, but like, let's say that the feds investigate him for murder, and then let's say that the state investigates him for murder. The feds say there was no murder here, we're not going to charge him for that. Theoretically, if there's no conflict, would the state be able to say, well, we do, so we're going to charge him for murder? That's okay?
Sure.
Okay, that was the first question. And the second question is, the second question then is one of practicality. And I think this is the issue that the Minnesota police are running into right now, is if the feds take over the investigation entirely and the Minnesota prosecutor officer or whatever, or for Minneapolis, or I don't know where the shooting was or whatever, what city it was, if they try to do this investigation, but it gets roadblocked by the feds who don't respond to subpoenas or who have confiscated all the evidence and they don't play ball, is it even possible, but they have enough evidence to even try to do that case or play it at that point?
Yeah, practically, it would certainly make it difficult, but I think we might be overestimating the Fed's control over this. I mean, like, there are multiple people taking videos. There were multiple people on the scene that can testify. People have been convicted on far less. And the other side is that if the Feds don't want to comply and they don't want to do these things, right, well, really, that's just hanging this officer out to dry, because this officer is still going to be charged. And if he doesn't appear for any of it, like let's say they say, we're not going to do any of it, he's not even going to appear. Well, okay, like, they can still go through this process, get everything ready, and then that guy, basically, if he ever goes to Minnesota ever again, can just be arrested, charged with murder, and then the feds can cry about it all they want. But if the state has the evidence, this guy, they can put him away. And
yeah, I understand. That was another question I kind of had. That are we setting ourselves up for this weird world where we're actually having this quasi? You've heard of like the national divorce.
Right.
Yeah, where you're starting to have like feds murdering people in blue states and then moving to like red states so that the red states don't, I don't know legally what the extradition requirement is. There must be some sort of federal supremacy or something there where like a state can't harbor a murderer from another state, I would imagine. If there's not a federal law, there must be, every state must have laws about this, no?
There are processes for it, but like there's like the states would, if there came to an issue where, let's say, like, Minnesota wanted this guy and he was sitting in Wisconsin and Wisconsin's like, no, we're not gonna give him up because we love Trump or something, and there was an issue there, it would go to a federal court, specifically most likely the Supreme Court, and they would resolve the issue there.
Which sucks for us, but okay.
Yeah, but it's kind of a thing where, like, I think I would say this, I think it's likely that there's not going to be a satisfying resolution to the case if they try to charge him. I still think they should charge him and then take that unsatisfying resolution and say, see, this unsatisfying resolution is happening because of the people in power, right? Like, that's kind of the consolation that we've got to take from it.
Wait, what do you mean when you say unsatisfying resolution? Like losing at jury trial or not getting enough for a grand jury indictment, or?
I think getting a grand jury indictment, but never actually being able to get the guy because they make sure he never goes back to Minnesota and they don't extradite him from wherever he is, right? And then they say, and we could say, look, there's this guy, there's literally a man on the run being sheltered by this administration because he committed murder in this state, and they won't give him up because they can't face the facts that one of their own killed an American citizen, and they can't accept that, and they won't actually give them up because they'd rather protect him from the law than actually admit that, you know, they're evil or whatever the language would be. I'm not writing that script. But yeah, I mean, it's a thing too where I think it's easy to think like, oh, he's an officer, and for me, the perspective has been like, police officers get a huge amount of deference for this kind of stuff. Like, not only do they have a different standard for whatever you're assessing, like a use of deadly force, right? Because he could claim self-defense, but really in Minnesota you would be arguing that like an authorized use of deadly force, not self-defense technically. And so he would say, oh, it's a reasonable officer standard.
Yeah.
And so, which is actually an easier standard to meet than reasonable person standard for self-defense.
Well, I think that really depends on the underlying facts, though. But I mean, I do agree with you,
right,
because officers are, the mens rea component for like murdering people and everything is very, very difficult to meet for an officer in the line of duty, because he's almost always thinking he's acting in some lawful capacity. So there has to be some element of like gross negligence or something. I don't know what Chauvin, how he ended up losing his case, what they were pushing for. But yeah, the self-defense thing I think is kind of silly right off the bat, because like even if the lady was driving at him, shooting her doesn't help him at all. Like, if anything, shooting hurts him because he should be just trying to get out of the way as quickly as possible, right? It's not like shooting is defending himself, yeah. But then for the reason why I say underlying facts, and this is why I keep hedging, there's a single caveat that I've carved out for this, in that we don't know the facts leading up to what happened. Like, if the lady, I'm being in the most exaggerated way, but the lady had said something like, I'm driving to the next ICE protest, I've got an AR-15 in my car, and I'm gonna fucking kill every ICE agent I see, and she starts driving away. Like, in that case, if the officers have a belief that that person might go and commit a violent crime and they're fleeing an arrest, I think you actually are fully totally legally, and I would even say ethically, within your right to use deadly force to bring that person under control. But we don't have any of that information, and I'm guessing it doesn't exist because if it did exist, they would have released it. So yeah, that's the
Well, there was a case in 2021, State v. Noor, in which a police officer shot a woman in Minnesota, was charged with third-degree murder and appealed it, and the courts actually went through all that, right? And so a big part of reasonable officer standard is that you have to take the totality of the circumstances. So anybody that says, well, like, look at this moment, he's standing there and there's a car coming at him, and so he had to shoot to get out of it. You can't use that analysis whenever determining whether or not it was authorized. You have to look at everything that happened, everything that's going on.
Which they have, because it looked like he was recording an argument with that lady beforehand, because he's got his fucking phone out and he's talking to the lady, I guess her wife or whatever, behind the car. Yeah.
And then on top of that, you can't then do like too broad of one, like Trump likes to do or Vance just did of, the left is inciting people, and so these ICE agents are on edge, blah, blah, blah. That you can't use something that broad either. You have to look at the timeline of the circumstances that happened, right? And so the Noor case is actually like in some ways worse, but also in some ways like better than this case. Like, for instance, after they shot her, they tried to actually administer medical care, unlike in this case. And then in that one, he was trying to defend another officer, whereas in this one, it was like presumably to defend himself. But the nice thing about the Noor case that helped us here as well, that like might actually make this guy able to be convicted if ever charged, is that in the Noor case, they used expert witnesses to come on and say, here's what the training is, here's what an officer is trained to do, here's what this officer would have known at that time as far as like the use of deadly force, and it is clear that they're acting outside of it. And since they're acting outside of that training and outside of the knowledge that they would have, we can say it was unauthorized, right? And that's kind of one of the pitfalls of a reasonable officer standard versus a reasonable person standard. A reasonable officer does have specific training, and if you go outside of that specific training, a lot of the times it can cut against them.
Sure.
And people
I think you also run into this issue here, if I remember the video correctly. If there were 3 officers there and only one of them pulled his gun, then I feel like that cuts against you pretty hard, unless the other 2 officers were unreasonable and he was the only reasonable one there. I don't know. That seems like it would cut against him a bit, I would imagine.
Right. Well, but then also there's been some discussion around the DHS's policy regarding discharging weapons at vehicles that are fleeing, or discharging weapons at vehicles when they're the perpetrators in the vehicle and they aren't displaying a weapon, things like that, and kind of where his position was with the car. I don't want to speak specifically on it. I've seen a lot of evidence that like, hey, he was actually not in the path of the car and he shouldn't have shot, but I've heard other things, so I don't want to speak too strongly. But those are all things where it's like, if you can show government policy for law enforcement officers and him acting outside of that when he shot her, then it really starts to cut against him. That being said, like my, limited experience in criminal law, like it's not an official thing, but like DAs, prosecutors, judges, juries all give law enforcement officers a huge amount of discretion in this stuff. They are very generous and they will let people just get away with it, even if like the facts really don't support it. There's some pretty egregious cases where it's like, this guy very clearly shouldn't have shot this person, but they just kind of like let him off. So that's a different aspect of it. People hate ICE, so maybe that would be a factor too. But yeah, the more that I look into the specific laws of Minnesota, the more it feels like this is not something as clear cut as just like, oh, he's a cop and someone's driving a car near him, so he gets to shoot, right?
Have you heard this? Have you read this 28 USC 1442? Federal officers or agencies sued or prosecuted. A civil action or criminal prosecution that is commenced in a state court and that is against or directed to any of the following may be removed by them to the District Court of the United States for the district and the division embracing the place wherein it is pending. And then A1, the United States or any agency thereof, or any officer or any person acting under that officer of the United States or of any agency thereof in an official or individual capacity for or relating to any act under color of such offense or such office, or on account of any right, title, or authority. Blah, blah, blah. Does this mean that if it was tried in a state court, could the federal court just like assume, or I guess could they just absorb the case or remove it and
Well, but remember, even if we're saying we're going to remove it to federal court, that really wouldn't change anything for the case itself. The state would still send their attorneys to federal court. They would still use state law in that federal court. It's just that a federal judge would be the one that would be deciding it, right?
Oh, that doesn't change who the prosecutor is?
One second. Let me read this real quick myself.
I have no idea how it works with. I know that obviously state stuff can be heard in a federal court, like the state laws and everything. But I didn't know if the prosecutor would still be a state prosecutor trying the case then in a federal court against somebody else.
Yeah, there's one part of this that I'm not entirely sure what the language means. So it's any of the following may be removed by them to the District Court of the United States for the district and division embracing the place where it is pending. I'm not sure if they're talking, that might, the district and division part, I'm not sure specifically what that means, but this doesn't read to me like the U.S. Attorney's Office would be taking over the case, and it would be like at the state's discretion to allow them to do so. If the state brought the case, it would be surprising to me if they would be forced to turn it over to the Department of Justice. Maybe there is a process for that. I just haven't heard of it. I mean, this is a pretty rare scenario.
He's got a gavel.
But,
got a gavel flare. He said, once it's in federal court, the officer can move to dismiss under the supremacy clause.
Well, but if it was I'm not sure how he would move to dismiss under the supremacy clause if it's a state court action, if it's a state murder charge.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't deal with this kind of stuff a lot, so maybe there's something that I'm just missing.
My understanding is that if there are laws in conflict or something, then the supremacy clause says that the higher jurisdiction would always have supremacy, basically. So like a federal law would supersede a state law. But it's not like there's a federal law here that says that a police officer or an ICE officer can just murder with impunity. So I don't know how, unless the supremacy clause has some other part of it too, or implies something else. This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties made, or which shall be made under the authority of the United States, shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Yeah, I don't think, I don't know how this would apply here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the term that's more commonly used is preemption. So what you do is you'd say like, in cases where like, federal and state laws, conflict in a specific area, then the federal law would preempt the state law and the state law would not apply.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in federal court and let's say they're charging, this would be like a murder 3 usually. Like I think this would probably be murder 3 in Minnesota. They have different murder
in every state it's a little different
structures than federal. I'm not sure why a federal charge would come in and preempt this, because if you, I'm just trying to think about it. Because removal literally only has to do with like the court that's hearing it, your procedural rules. It shouldn't change the actual case. You could say that it's a federal question maybe, and he could argue. This is too boring to talk on stream. There maybe are ways that I'm not seeing, but I don't see why that would affect it here.
Yeah, because even a case heard in federal court, if they're depending on the So a state issue can be heard in federal court for a variety of reasons. And even if you were to secure a conviction or win a civil case in federal court, if it was about state statutes, if we're looking at, say, like pardons, it would be the governor still that could pardon there? Or what would right? Okay.
Because it's a state crime, right? It's just, you're just talking about like the procedural aspects of the case, the fact-finding body, and then a few other things might be different. Okay, I will check out Texas v. Kleiner. Thank you, RT Corporation. But yeah, we're going to discuss some of that stuff, and that there's a lot of people acting very sure on this, and you're right that there's a lot of gray here, and there's definitely a lot of gray in the law.
Well, hold on. I said I'm not sure about something. I didn't say there's a lot of gray here. Okay, careful. Don't misquote me.
I thought you said you were saying earlier we're in the gray of the gray or something like that.
I said we're close to gray, but it seems pretty wrong to me. Like it's not quite gray. Seems like it's pretty wrong. Yeah, the guy shouldn't have been in that position.
Whether self-defense or this is authorized use of deadly force in a court of law, this is very clearly an unjustified killing and unethical and immoral to have done this, not only by the officer but by the administration who created the circumstances that led to this, who encouraged this kind of thing, used rhetoric that would encourage it, who are now gleefully happy that it's happened, things like that. Like they're all reveling in their excessive power that they get to now show off, that they get to use and not be held accountable for. They're happy to go on stage and brag about it,
Okay.
So yeah. No, definitely not that. Okay, I'm gonna read about this, and then you have the rest of your day.
Yeah, be careful.
Oh, hey, last thing, are you gonna be watching the Word War, whatever the fuck thing on Saturday?
The World Word?
The Word War. Pisco's doing some Word War debate against Ryan Mullally or something.
A World War?
No, Word War debate.
Word
Am I saying
war
this right?
debate. Okay,
Yeah,
what
it's a
about it?
horrible name. Yeah, okay. Mullally and Pisco are going to be fighting in it, and there's some kind of viewer aspect to it that is going to determine winning. So I was just I know he's not super well liked here, but I was just wondering if you were going to watch it, try it, and help support so that Ryan Mullally can lose, because I don't like Ryan Mullally.
We'll see. Maybe I'll think about it.
Okay, thanks. All
Love
right.
you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Me too.
I woke up to some.
Somebody said 1:30. Hold on.
Commotion. I heard some whistles going on out front, so I came downstairs to see what was going on. Wasn't even dressed, and there was a car, the Honda Pilot that's crashed over there now. There's a car blocking the 2 lanes of Portland traffic, and the ICE agents got out and they were saying, "Get out of here! Get out of here!" And she was what looked like trying to turn. She was trying to turn around, and the ICE agent was in front of her car, and he pulled out a gun and put it right in, like, his midriff was on her bumper, and he reached across the hood of the car and shot her in the face. It's like 3-4 times, and then she must have just stepped on the gas. She stepped on the gas immediately, maybe got like 100 feet or so, and ran into the telephone pole and some cars, and then was slumped over in her car, and you could see there was.
Is this Mike Ross from Suits? Would she have a photographic memory? What the fuck? This is the craziest eyewitness ever. What the fuck?
She was probably gone, and there was a medic. There was a neighbor who's a physician who was yelling, "Can I please check the pulse?" There was no first responders. There were 0 first responders. They left her in her car, slumped over for about 10-15 minutes, blocking us all. And eventually EMS got here, and they wouldn't let the bus in, so it was just the EMS workers, and they checked her out for a second, maybe five minutes or so, and then carried her out, no stretcher or anything, carried her out like a sack of fucking potatoes.
Can you describe a little bit about what this woman looked like? Was there anyone else in the car with her? Did you know if she was the target?
I don't know if she was a target. They clearly wanted her out of there because she was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her, but
this is where the leading the protest.
She was very she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah.
Okay.
That was her goal.
Do you have a read on her demographic?
I think she was a white woman. Looked like I didn't see her when she was alive. Just slumped over in the car. It looked like she had dyed short curly hair. I have a video of her in the car. But yeah, no other description.
Breaking down what exactly you saw this morning.
Basically, ladies trying to warn everyone ICE is in the neighborhood. Just letting them know, hey, and telling ICE, hey, you're destroying families, whatnot. Stop doing this. Hey, get out of here. Stop that. She reversed so traffic can go by. The pickup truck, gray pickup truck, officer ICE got out and was telling her, hey, didn't tell her anything, really, just telling her what, I'm going to open up your door and I'm going to get you out. And that's when the shooting happened, and the car took off, and then it sped off and crashed right into the cars.
Can you talk about the agent that was stepped in front of the car?
The way he was in the clear. There was another one at the front part of the car on the driver's side. Then there's one right there by the door that's opening, trying to get in the door. Then you have one that's in front of the car that was already coming from the side. And he was just getting clear because he already see that, hey, this person could take off, but, maybe I'll try to, intimidate you with my gun.
Do you think blocking federal agent cars while they're doing operations is a thing people should be allowed to do? No, of course not. You can get arrested for that. I think it's fine. There's no issue. I have no issue. Like I said, there's probably, it seemed like with the way the car was approaching, they were already going to arrest this woman, no matter what, right? Or at the very least detain her. That's fine, but you can't murder people for it. I don't think that's probably an executable offense, just in my mind. And then, hold on, another guy.
8:30 this morning, I was just getting up and I heard a bunch of commotion and whistling outside, and then I heard bang, bang, bang, 3 shots. I went to go look out the window and it looked like there's a Honda over there that crashed, and I found out it was an observer that got shot and killed, and I saw them carry it. I got a bunch of video of them carrying the body to the ambulance and stuff. So it was an observer that got shot at an ICE raid of the house next door.
I'm sure that was a scary thing to witness.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty right-leaning, but seeing this is not what you need to do. This is not how to do it. It's not how we're supposed to do things around here in America. So.
What was how many like agents and other people were here when that happened?
When it first started, there was maybe 20, but now there's hundreds. I mean, they got everybody out, so it's kind of crazy right now.
What's it been like seeing all of this? Like, so
kind of scary. I lived during the riots in 2020, so it's kind of paralleling that right now. It's kind of same feeling. Hoping it doesn't, but it's getting a little rowdy.
Getting a little rowdy.
Mr. Chairman, and I intervene here only because
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The cities are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the President had a very productive phone call with the President of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine, you think in your will government that it. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all,
footage at 4:30 showed her waving traffic by. Does this change anything? Or am I just trying too hard to absolve the woman of any wrongdoing? Okay, this is my. All right, as the sun set. Okay, this is my feeling. Give me the there's like a 4.5 minute. Or a 4-minute 50-second Twitter video of it. I think my take from yesterday is still basically unchanged, but nothing new has come out yet. Somebody link it in chat. NYT with a better breakdown? Don't care. Don't want it. Don't need a breakdown. Just need the video. Okay. So my understanding is we don't have any footage before this point, okay? But there's a couple things that are happening here. So I believe, is this her wife or maybe just another person? But this cop right here, who's the one who ultimately kills the driver, it looks like he was having an argument with her, or at the very least the person back here, because this guy has it looks like his phone is out and he's recording, he's walking